I'll ask you guys to complete some And one intersection quickly, the bathrooms, if no one has noticed, profits would be able to somehow altruistically shift to more sustainable modes of production. That consumers would somehow shift and also be responsible consumers and responsible citizens. And what we've seen in the past 20 years is that that really is not the case. When given free rein to exploit and to pursue profits and economic development period, you're going to have this equilibrium, right? You're going to have this lack of understanding or lack of accounting for all these other things that are equally important, like human development, right? Here, human development includes a variety of issues and concepts that are important for us as a species, right? Healthcare, education, being able to socialize, being able to be safe from harm, from discrimination, etc. Right? So it's an organizing principle for meeting human development goals while also sustaining the ability of natural systems to provide the natural resources and ecosystem services on which the economy and society depend. So again, economic development is great, exploitation is great, we generate wealth, we are able to distribute in theory some of that wealth, but if we deteriorate the very natural resource base that we have, well, it's not sustainable. And the whole point now in sustainable development is to shift from that mindset of purely economic gains to also sharing the benefits and accounting for deterioration and degradation of our natural resources to protect them for future generations, right? And UNESCO sums it up pretty nicely. It is defined as a development that meets the needs of the present without compromising the ability of future generations to meet their own needs. So unfortunately, our generation, I grew up in the 90s, our generation suddenly is the one that has to buy EVs. I like gas cars. I think some people might also agree. But it's our generation that has to buy the EVs. It's our generation that has to really worry about these things that have been coming along for the past 30, 40, 50 years, right? We know this generation is the one that is looking to sort out all those issues that were caused from exploitation in years past. So our job now is not only to restore some of the damage that has been caused, but also to leave the planet in a better place so that future generations aren't also as worried about the same things as us, right? So maybe they don't have to be the ones worrying about the deforestation of the Amazon because it's such a pressing and dangerous issue, right? So what are the sustainable development goals, right? So the UNDP and the UN in general, to be able to kind of operationalize the work towards sustainable development, they developed the sustainable development goals, right? A set of 17 goals, discrete goals, and that every country in the world can commit to, right? Each of these goals has several indicators and targets, right? So we have no poverty. We have zero hunger, for example. We have very important ones such as climate action. Life below water is very important for us in Belize. Life on land as well. Decent work and economic growth. We talked there about the social aspect of human development. Work is important, but if it's a 9-to-5 job that puts you at risk of losing a limb every day, then it's not really sustainable, is it? Right? So these sets of goals, again, are targets for countries to commit to and say, you know what, I can have poverty, which is actually one of the goals we'll get into in just a bit. I'll ensure that my people or that my citizens aren't hungry, right? I'll ensure that there's adequate healthcare, affordable healthcare, education, that there's gender equality, etc. Right? And Belize, Belize is fully committed to these sustainable development goals, right, under the 30 for 30 framework. So what are the three pillars of sustainable development? They have some other foundational principles there in what sustainable development is. So we have the first pillar, which is the economic pillar, right? And it includes a broad array of issues from trade and investment to employment growth and private sector development. Again, we're not throwing the baby out with the bathwater here, right? When we talk about sustainability, it's not that economic development is wrong and that wealth generation is wrong. Is that we just have to kind of transition to a more sustainable way of doing things, right? The economic pillar is essential because you can't distribute $0, right? If we want to think about a society that is able to afford basic education and healthcare for its citizens, that costs money, right? There has to be something in the piggy bank to be able to purchase and to acquire those services, right? Economic policy making takes into consideration both domestic and international trends and assets and develops a mix of instruments that include, among others, tax policy, public-private partnerships, trade and employment policies, national and international finance, etc., right? So under the economic pillar of sustainable development, we're talking about the mix of private and public sector interventions that can take place to promote and support sustainability, right? Tax policy is one, for example. We hear it all the time, especially in the US. It's a very contentious issue. Some might say that elections are decided by the tax issue, right? But we have a group that believes that that low tax is always better, right? Especially low tax for those who are generating massive amounts of wealth that are employing. And essentially the tax base is relegated to those who can least afford tax, right? That might be an example of a tax policy that is unequal, right? That is not sustainable because you need the resources that these massive wealth generators are making to be able to carry out the interventions you need to ensure sustainability, right? How about employment policies? So this is a big one. Belize just finished up its consultations for the national minimum wage, and the decision was ultimately to raise the minimum wage to $5. But within that entire decision-making process of going to $5, a host of consultations to get at what are fair employment policies and what is the state of employment in Belize, right? Employment, again, has to be sustainable. If we're talking about someone that has to do backbreaking work in a banana field all day for $3.30, which was the minimum wage rate then, it's not a sustainable employment policy, right? And the recent adjustment to $5 is a move towards being more sustainable in that regard. So there are a host of interventions and policies here on the economic side that support sustainable development, right? What's the social pillar? Well, the social pillar is concerned with initiatives, public policies, planning, and regulations supporting social issues. These include fighting poverty, social justice, peace, diversity, quality of life, access to healthcare, education, community development, cultural sustainability and heritage, and some aspects even of religion, right? So in this dimension, this pillar here, we're worried about some of these intrinsic needs that humans have, right? Being able to be educated, being able to have access to healthcare. Again, if we think about the minimum wage issue here in Belize, under the last minimum wage, a yearly income for minimum wage worker was $7,700 a year, right? $7,700 a year. If you net off Social Security, if you net off living expenses, what are you left with? You're essentially hand to mouth, like we said now. One unforeseen accident, that's it, right? One unforeseen funeral expense, one unforeseen death in the family, and that's it. Any savings that you might have had, which was very difficult in the first place to have with that kind of salary, is gone, wiped out, right? And that's where you would have an intervention on the social side being affordable healthcare, for example, where that you might not be, you're not rolling in money, but you know that if something happens to a dear relative, that healthcare is affordable. You can take them to the hospital, you can call the ambulance. You won't essentially cripple your family's finances because of one unforeseen event, right? And diversity, again, promoting diversity, a central pillar. If we have an employment, a labor force or a private sector that discriminates, for example, in some countries in the Middle East, for example, discriminating against women, that also are significant contributors to everything that we talk about here, then that's not really a sustainable system either. So promoting diversity and inclusion is essential under the social pillar, because it really is another cog in the whole machinery of making sure we ensure we protect our resources now for the future. And then finally, environmental, which is, of course, what everyone thinks about, I think. It's a gut reaction when you hear sustainability, right? It's about the environment, right? And you're not wrong in thinking so. It's intuitive to think so, right? At the end of the day, there's very little that we generate out of just linear, right? We use up resources. Computers use silicon and silicon to make chips, right? We use copper to make the circuits that are in cars and in other electronic devices, our phones, etc. Right? We use up. Sure, we create wealth, and through that wealth we can employ, and through that wealth we can invest. But there are some levels of exploitation that are obviously not sustainable, right? So in the environmental pillar, we think about regulations, laws, and other tools used to deal with environmental facts and issues such as the management of land, fresh water, resources, oceans, forests, air, natural resources, and wildlife. So a good example of interventions on the environmental side, for example, in Mexico City, depending on the last number of your license plate, you're allotted a specific day you cannot drive, right? So let's say the last digit 6, that corresponds to Tuesday and Thursday. You cannot drive your car on Tuesday and Thursday, right? One of the most polluted cities in the world, right? And I know this for a fact because I got a ticket driving there once, right? I know this from experience. They do have this very strict system. I can't recall the exact name of the initiative. But people, for the most part, abide by it, right? People decide on that day, people know that on that day they can't drive and they get public transport. And they've been able to see some headway in terms of cutting air pollution in the city, which was very bad to begin with, right? So it's obviously an intervention there on the environmental side, right? That protects the environment. The purely financial people, the finance people will say, well, that sucks, because if you drive your cars less, then that means probably less frequent oil changes. That means less oil being bought, less parts being bought, less wear on your vehicle. It could depress the economy, right? But again, the whole issue, the whole concept of sustainable development is that there are some trade-offs we have to make, right? There are some trade-offs we have to make to protect the environment, to ensure that we have the social safety net that we need for our people, such as healthcare and education, and that we also generate wealth and employment and economic development, right? So let's look at some perspectives on sustainable development, because it's not, there is some disagreement even on how the pillars should be aligned, how the pillars should be structured, and really what are the true effects of some of the most pressing issues that we have in our time. I know you guys probably see it regularly on Facebook, on social media. We have climate deniers. We have people who believe that climate change isn't real. We still have people who think the earth is flat, right? So we have a lot of competing perspectives, and though sometimes we might want to discard or disregard some viewpoints as just folly, there are some really interesting perspectives on what sustainable development really means in terms of how we structure the pillars and how we go about tackling sustainable development. So here's one perspective on why sustainable development is so important. World population is projected to increase by around 2 billion by 2050. Practically all that growth will be in developing countries of Asia and Africa, which will put increased strain on resources and systems that are already insufficient in many cases, right? So I'm sure you guys have heard about this before, that the disproportionate effects of a lot of climate change and unsustainable development is really centered on the countries that can least afford it, right? Belize City at sea level is the one that is facing rising sea levels, right? We have islands out offshore that are being eroded away because of rising sea levels. We have the coral reefs that we rely on for so much of our jobs and income that are being damaged by coral bleaching, warmer waters, acidic waters, etc. Right? The world economy performed, but this is another perspective, right? This is the perspective that we might be blowing things out of proportion, right? Some people have that perspective on sustainability still. So the world economy performed better in the last half century than at any time in the past, world GDP increased sixfold from 1950 to 98 with an average growth of 3.9% a year, compared with 1.6 from 1820 to 1950 and 0.3% from 1500 to 1820, right? And this is a view that many people in economics and finance may have, that we have managed now as a society, as a global society, to maximize our resources, that we're doing better now than we've ever done before, right? Because when it used to take us 20 pounds of copper to make a circuit board, we now have the machinery and the technology to make it with less, right? And we're reaping the benefits, right? There's money all over the place. World GDP has, like it says here, before better than at any time in the past, increased sixfold. But then the other side of that coin, has that wealth being distributed equally, right? Because it's all great, and this is where the practitioners of sustainable development come in. If that wealth isn't being distributed equally, or if some of that wealth isn't even being used to ensure that we protect the resources of today for tomorrow, then, you know, what benefits really are we getting from this massive increase in economic development? All right. Here another perspective, which is a dire one, right? The one of the scary ones. If everyone used energy and resources the same way we do in the Western world, and we are part of the Western world, we would need 3 more Earths at least, and we only have one, right? So again, the perspectives here are interesting to see because they vary from doom and gloom like this one, that we're going down the path of disruption. The perspective that we're doing fine, we're doing great actually, right? We've sorted out a lot of the problems that we had in the past, right? And also the perspective that, hey, you know what sucks is that these effects aren't being felt equally everywhere, right? And that maybe attention needs to be placed on those countries that are most being affected by these changes. And then we also should maybe clamp down on the ones that are producing the most change, right? Influencing the most change. So when we talk about how we structure these pillars and why there's disagreement, this is a great example of the competing perspectives on sustainable development. Graph A, or figure A, you have a Venn diagram of everything overlapping, right? You have the social pillar, the environmental pillar, and the economic pillar overlapping. And you have overlaps, right? You have social issues that bleed into the environmental issue, right? You have economic issues that bleed into the social, and vice versa. Then we have another perspective. People believe that the environment should be the single focus of sustainable development, right? And that everything kind of falls in like a Russian doll here in image B. The environment is first and foremost, and we should do everything we can to protect the environment, right? And protecting the environment, being the primary objective, will be good for society and will be good for the economy in general, right? Or that at the very least, all our focus should be first on the environment. And then we finally have image C there, where these things are kind of measured as equals, right? We need all 3 of them to kind of have the roof level and keep the roof on, right? Just by a show of hands, who believes in the utility of the perspective figure A? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, 10. Quite a bit. How about figure B? Environment first. Okay, we have some hands. How about C? And we have some, right? And this is what you see worldwide, right? Excuse me?
What is status quo?
I'll get to that. Yeah, that's a great question, right? So the status quo has a lot to do in what approach we want to pursue, and we'll get to some statistics in a bit, right? Because we are in a state where we are facing rapid changes in, for example, the environment. So it might be prudent, for example, to follow an approach listed on the figure B, or as outlined in figure B, for the short and near term, and then maybe we can some time in the future transition to maybe an approach as represented in figure A, right? Well, that's a great question, and we'll get into some of the status quo statistics in a minute. But let's just take, for example, the overlapping Venn diagram approach, right? And here we have some significant policies or some major policies in Belize, so that we could kind of get a sense of how these things work, right? And because they there's invariably overlap, right? So we wanted to kind of highlight some of these overlaps. So for example, on the environmental side, in Belize, we have the National Biodiversity Strategy and Action Plan. It lays out a discrete set of interventions and actions that should be taken by the government to ensure we protect our biodiversity and our most essential natural resources, right? You could, if we had to pick sides, put it in the environmental sector there, right? We have the social, the national gender policy, right? Looking at how we tackle discrimination and the lack of inclusivity in all aspects, in all dimensions of our society, in terms of gender, right? A social policy, right? Dealing with the social pillar, almost exclusively, right? And then we have, for example, a policy that really tackles the economic side of things, which is our the Oceans Economy and Trade Strategy, which was developed pretty recently for Belize, kind of outlining how we can sustainably exploit our natural resources, our marine resources, right? But then we have these policies that are clearly overlapped. So we have Plan Belize, for example, right there in the center, that seeks to tackle all these pressing issues, right? It is a policy, it is a plan that speaks to economic interventions, environmental interventions, social interventions, right? Fitting nicely within all those three areas, right? Then we have the National Financial Inclusion Strategy, for example, which is really, there's significant overlap between the economic and the social pillars, right? Economic, for obvious reasons, right? We talk about how we can support inclusion. But on the social side, financial inclusion also means opening it up for everyone, opening up the finance system for everyone, whether you're poor, rural, urban, man, woman, etc., right? Young, old. And then finally, we have, for example, the Climate Finance Strategy for Belize, 2021-2026, which again deals with the economic side, dealing with how do we generate the resources we need to protect our environment and our climate, but also specifically dedicated to protecting our environmental resources, right? And there are there's a plethora of other policies and strategic plans for the government of Belize and elsewhere that you could fit into this diagram. We just wanted to here for illustrated purposes, so you get an idea of what we talk about when we discuss these pillars. So, how do we achieve sustainable development? Right? Well, Swiley considered there are 6 fundamental capacities we need to achieve sustainable development. Right? We need the capacity to measure progress. This is, I can't stress this one enough. This is very important. As a consultant, we work on a variety of projects with the public and the private sector. And in Belize, you very often get frustrated at the lack of data, right? We, like Mr. King just asked the status quo, we have great figures on the status quo for very advanced countries, right? And some very particular targets and indicators for countries like Belize, but we lack a lot of data on a lot of important ones, right? So we need the capacity to measure progress. We need to be able to say, this is where we are at point A, and this is where we want to be point B, right? And when we reach point B, assess, did we make it? Did we not? And by how much, right? We need the capacity to promote equity, right? All these interventions, all these actions, all these policies have to be able to promote equity. Because when we have equity in society, we are just better able to pool our resources and coordinate working towards a collective goal, right? We need the capacity to adapt to shocks, right? We can protect our environment very well, but we're always going to be exposed to hurricanes, or earthquakes in some parts of the world, typhoons, etc., right? We need the capacity to adapt to shocks so that these things, much like the family that is on a very tight budget, isn't thrown for a loop when an unforeseen accident happens, that our country isn't thrown for a loop when we have an unforeseen shock, right? That speaks to sustainability. We see the issue with Turkey right now, with what's happening in Turkey, what happened there with the earthquake. It essentially, the country has plummeted now to turmoil, right? With what happened is a massive, massive shock. And you need to be able to have the capacity to react quickly and to adapt to shocks. We need the capacity to transform development pathways. Again, we're not throwing the baby out with the bathwater, right? We're not saying economic development is bad. We just need to transform how we get to where we want to be. We still want to be a country that generates a lot in GDP. We still want to be a country that employs its workforce effectively, right? Efficiently. But we need to still be that while also transforming and ensuring that we do it in the most sustainable way possible, right? We need the capacity to link knowledge with action, right? This is actually a big issue in I would say all fields, but we have kind of academia and civil society and public and private all separate, right? There's no coordination, there's very little collaboration. The people with the knowledge, maybe academia, most often academia, civil society, people like NGOs and Belize that work with the environment, right? There's very little linking them. They're often strapped. They can't be the only ones taking action, right? The ones that can take action, the prime movers are kind of disconnected. We need the capacity to link knowledge with action, right? And we need finally the capacity to govern cooperatively, right? And this speaks to the last point about finding a way that we can work together, private sector, public sector, civil society, academia, etc. So the capacity to govern cooperatively means that we must allow and include varied opinions and perspectives across the three pillars. Right? A key component for effective governance is communication between all these stakeholders. So think about the stakeholders in Belize. We need pretty good communication between our government and the trade unions. Civil society, again, NGOs, right? Most of the environmental work in Belize is done by NGOs, right? All the islands, all the natural resources, inland, the forests, etc., almost exclusively done by civil society. There has to be that dialogue. There has to be that dialogue between the government and civil society. Say, where do we stand in terms of forest resources in Chickabull? You know, the Friends for Development and Cooperation there who manages that site might tell you, well, in the past year, we've lost about, 1,000 acres because of deforestation, right? Or illegal harvesting, right? But we need that capacity to dialogue, right? Academia, again, a very important one. How do we promote equity? Well, it means as best as possible policies and interventions that are balanced in terms of the potential impacts that they could cause to stakeholders. So when we plan, for example, a renewable energy development project, for example, hydro, as we've all seen, I think most of us would remember all the issues with the dams, the Chickabull, etc., the flooding of the reservoir, etc. We have to be able to kind of balance what that will do. Sure, we'll have renewable energy. Sure, we'll rely less on CFE in Mexico and potentially provide cheaper power to Belizean consumers. But at what cost, right? Do we wipe out the habitat for scarlet macaws in the process, right? So we have to be balanced in our approach to intervening into implementing policies and interventions, right? Again, like I said, the capacity to adapt to shocks, to be resilient and flexible, right? The lack of adaptive capacity often comes at the expense of some of the most vulnerable segments of society and leads to increased costs for society as a whole. So when we see the hurricane that just hit Belize last year, Lisa, right? Who by far was the most impacted or were the most impacted segments of the population? Probably those people who, to begin with, were in suboptimal living conditions, right? And the lack of capacity to adapt to shocks means that when everything hits the fan, then there's more resources that have to be pumped here and less to those people that most desperately need it, right? And that's what we talk about when we think about adapting to shocks. Again, transforming development pathways, right? Leverage local strengths to carefully manage change. So one of our local strengths, I would say, is that we are, by and far, and I've worked on some projects here in this field, we are, by and large, a pretty environmentally conscious society, I think, on average, right? We do have exceptions, right? But we do care, I think, significantly, I think everyone does, about our reefs and about our forests and about our natural resources, right? That's a local strength. And Belize has actually been, for the past 30 or so years, a leader in terms of natural resource protection. We have a vast amount of our national territory protected or under some protection scheme. And we've committed now under the TNC Blue Bond Agreement to protect even more of our marine spaces, 30% effectively by 2030, right? That's a local strength. right? In some places, you don't have that kind of buy-in. If you go to maybe, someplace like the US where there's a lot of friction, a lot of misunderstanding on what it means to be sustainable and if it's even a priority, right? There's not that buy-in that you have here in Belize, for example. There's not that local strength to leverage. The capacity to link knowledge with action, right? Again, closely related to how we measure progress. But we have to be able to define lessons learned and constantly improve and evolve in response to shocks and new challenges. On this, I can speak to directly as a consultant. Again, you have these projects that every 5 years you renew a strategic plan and you find out that you're pretty much in the same place the last strategic plan was developed, right? There's really no change, and if there wasn't any measurement of that change, right? What did we learn? Why did the last strategic plan fail, for example? If at the end of this year the financial inclusion strategy owned by the central bank fails, for example, right? If we don't meet our targets as a country as illustrated in that strategy, why did we not meet our targets, right? Is it that we underestimated people's trust of the financial system, right? We could pump out all these financial products, but if the trust isn't there, then people won't take them up. People won't use them, right? What did we get wrong? And again, lastly, the capacity to measure progress, right? What are we talking about here? How do we know what's the status quo and where we want to get? So here I have target 1.2 of the SDG goal 1, right? No poverty. And target 1.2 is to reduce poverty by at least 50% by 2030, right? This is an example of where Belize does reasonably well in measuring our poverty statistics. The last 2018 poverty assessment found that around 52% of our population was either poor or indigent, right? So we have a baseline, a pretty bleak, right, baseline, if you have 52% of your population living in some form of poverty. But at least we know by 2030 we need to get to 25%, right, to have that, right? So we need to be able to measure progress, right? So here we talk about some of the status quo, like Mr. King mentioned, which is very important, right? Where are we starting from? Because where we're starting from has influences a lot on the kind of approach we take, or our perspective on the pillars or how we structure interventions and policy making. So the UN estimates that more than 4 years of progress against poverty has been erased by COVID-19. 4 years, right, across the world. That includes Belize, some of the most poorest places in the world, such as Sub-Saharan Africa, the Middle East. All that progress in trying to distribute wealth more equally, to improve the lives of some of the most disadvantaged and vulnerable and marginalized peoples in the world, erased by COVID-19. Why? Because resources had to be shifted, right? And the livelihoods of some of the most vulnerable people in the world, they were wiped out almost completely. And some haven't even recovered, right? Rising inflation and impacts of war in Ukraine further derailed progress. So the number of people living in extreme poverty in 2022, the current projection is about 657 to 676 million, as opposed to 581 million pre-pandemic, right? So the pandemic has not only had near-term consequences in terms of all those jobs that were lost, right? We now have long-term consequences. We have people that may have lost the breadwinner during COVID, and that family all of a sudden now is left to fend for themselves, no breadwinner, right? That's a family plunged into poverty, and that's something that will take years, maybe even a generation or two to reverse. Right? Working poverty rose for the first time in 2 decades. So again, COVID pushed another 8 million workers into poverty, right? Which is why I brought up the minimum wage discussion, because you could be working minimum wage, making $7,700 a year. You're working, you're being responsible, and you're still poor, right? Just for context, the poverty line in Belize said in the 2018 assessment was $7,961 a year. So you're working 8 to 5, 45 hours a week, and still poor, right? How about gender equality, which is important, of course, of paramount importance to our discussions over the next 3 days. So it will take another 40 years these are some great projections by UNDP, because they're very intuitive and they're very easy to understand. It It will take another 40 years for women and men to be represented equally in national political leadership at the current pace. 40 years. 40 years to be able to look in the House of Representatives in Belize and see 50-50. All right? Or in the US, or in Brazil, or in any country you could think of, right? Obviously, some are better off than others in this regard. The European countries come to mind, right? But the women's share in national parliaments is at 26.2%, only increased by 4.2 percentage points since 2015, right? Women accounted for 39% of total employment in 2019, right? Almost 40%. 4 out of every 10 persons employed were women. But they accounted for 45% of global employment losses in 2020. What were some of the occupations that were most hit by COVID? Well, tourism as an industry, and who are typically housekeepers? Women. Domestic workers. All right? A massive, massive impact on women. A disproportionate impact on women relative to men, even though they make up about 40% of the workforce. All right? So this is the status quo, right? And COVID and COVID has kind of, again, like we're seeing here, reset a lot of things. We're kind of scrambling. A lot of countries are kind of scrambling. It's not ground zero again. But again, a lot of progress has been erased. Right? More than 1 in 4 women ages 15 and older have been subjected to intimate partner violence at least once in their lifetime. Right? So globally. So this is the status quo. That's 641 million women. Right? So if 1 in 4, we want to get to 0, right? How about clean water and sanitation when we think about the environment, right? Which is critical as well. So we looked at the economic, the social, we're looking at now the environment. The world's water-related ecosystems are being degraded at an alarming rate. Over the past 200 years, over 85% of the planet's wetlands have been lost. 85%. Right? Belize has extensive wetland areas, right? These wetland areas are critical for the breeding of several key species. They're important for predators who rely on some of the prey that you can find in these wetlands, right? They regulate a lot of the climatic conditions and phenomena in the country, right? They're essentially large reservoirs where there's a large amount of flooding, etc. Right? For at least 3 billion people, the quality of the water they depend on is unknown due to a lack of monitoring. Right? So imagine in Belize that we can still, for the most part, I think most people would agree, to turn on your tap and be fairly certain that you're not going to get cholera from drinking the tap water. In some countries, that's a no-no, right? Some countries you can't even drink from a stream. You could go to a river right now in Belize, Cape Branch, and probably gulp a gallon of that water. And in some countries that you could not do that. You'd probably fall ill immediately, right? 733 plus million people live in countries with high and critical levels of water stress. Right? There are some islands in the Caribbean that don't have renewable freshwater resources, that rely almost exclusively on wells and aquifers that are being degraded, deteriorated by saline intrusion because of rising sea levels, or human action on top, exploring for minerals, mining, etc. Right? Meeting drinking water, sanitation, and hygiene targets by 2030 requires a four times increase in the pace of progress. Right? So again, climate action. Right? The UN estimates that our window to avoid climate catastrophe is closing rapidly, and it's something that has been going on for some time now, right? So different temperature scenarios for coral reefs, right? A 2 degrees Celsius increase in that scenario could mean the dying off completely of coral reefs. What would that mean in terms of our GDP, in terms of tourism, right? Think about not only what the tourists spend just to come to Belize, think about all the employment that is generated. Think about all the kids that have been sent to school because their father or mother was a tour guide, being able to rely on the reefs for taking tourists to snorkel, etc. Right? Climate finance, another important one, right? Because one of the big issues is, well, how do we pay for these interventions? We need interventions, sure, everyone knows that. It's pretty clear to see. But how do we pay for these things, right? Climate finance falls short of $100 billion yearly commitment, right? The developed countries have been able to provide $79.6 billion in climate finance in 2019, but that still falls short, even when you add up everything else committed by other countries. Energy-related CO2 emissions increased 6% in 2021, reaching the highest level ever, right? And by all estimations, we are kind of on path for this 2 degrees Celsius increase, right? The target was to be maybe at 1.5. And even under the 1.5 degrees Celsius scenario, we still, or the UNDP still estimates that up to 90% of our reefs could be wiped out. So what are some of the challenges, right? Why do we have these status quos, right? And again, those are global figures, and things in Belize, for example, are different. For example, we don't suffer so much from the clean water problem. We have relatively reliable sanitation system in the country, but some countries don't have that. But in general, what are some of the challenges that that we face in being able to pursue sustainability? Well, the number one challenge, one of the major challenges listed by the UNDP is data deficiency, right? The lack of ability to, or the lack of capacity to be able to measure progress, right? So here we see in the graph proportion of countries or areas with available data since 2015 by goal. So think about poverty, right? Goal 1, poverty. Only about 50% of countries had available data since 2015. 2015, right? And we live in an age where, I don't know if you've had the census people come around, but everything could be recorded on a phone or a tablet. And 50% of the countries in the world, and you'd be surprised, some countries that you think should be doing better in this regard, don't have data on poverty in their country, right? Think about life, goal 14 there, this blue bar here, goal 14. Just about 40% of countries have data on what's happening with their marine and freshwater resources, with their water resources in general. All right. So a pretty bleak picture. Goal 13. If you agree that figure B was the most important, or the kind of, that's the organizing principle you want to have in mind for sustainable development, environment being above all else. Goal 13. Only 20% of countries have data on climate, on the effects of climate change to their countries, right? Where does Belize stand, right? We've talked about global, right? Where does Belize stand? This is a nice dashboard produced by the UNDP team, and it's available for everyone to view online. This is the most recent kind of progress report card. It's essentially a report card on how the country is doing, tracking trends. Are we moving in the right direction in some of these goals, or are we moving in the opposite direction? So you see, for no poverty, well, we went down, right? We're trending in the wrong direction. That 2018 assessment, again, put our poverty level at somewhere 52% of the general population, right? And that was before COVID-19, right? All the indications are that it's probably higher now after COVID-19, right? We'll see when we have the census and the most updated poverty assessment. Zero hunger, we're kind of, you see the legend here on the bottom, that kind of rightward facing arrow is kind of, you're just stagnating. Neither here nor there, right? Neither positive or negative, right? You're just balancing out. Good health and well-being, we made some progress there, right? We're moderately improving. Quality education, again, stagnating, right? There's a really interesting report, and we'll also share additional resources through our website. A really interesting report done a few years back by the IDB that finds that Belize has one of the lowest levels of return to education in the Latin American and Caribbean region, right? We invest, right? We have a big budget for education, but that's primarily going to building schools, for example, infrastructure. That's costly, but the returns we're getting, we're not maybe investing in the right places, like maybe helping our teachers to go train, to further their education. Helping students reach the school. In some areas of the country, that's amazingly still an issue, right? I grew up in Belize City, so I guess I'm privileged in that regard, but imagine not being able to make it to school, living in Belize, right? Right? Gender equality, we're moderately improving in that regard. Clean water and sanitation, again, we're improving. Sustainability in terms of cities and communities, we're doing okay. Consumption, like I said, these are things that I think intuitively, most people would agree that Belizeans are pretty environmentally conscious. We do good in terms of consumption and production, climate action. Life below water, you see the issue there. But then we also have to take into account that life below water kind of assessment, a lot of that is out of our hands because we're facing ocean acidification and rising sea levels because of the actions of other more advanced countries, right? Life on land, we've deteriorated in that regard, right? Reduced inequalities, for example, information unavailable, right? Trend information unavailable when you talk about reduced inequalities, right? As inequality increased in the country, can't say, at least the UNDP couldn't find data to be able to reliably say where we're trending in that sense, right? So again, that was just a kind of intro to sustainable development, to what it means, because what we want to be able to couch the issue of financial inclusion squarely in sustainable development. It is a component of sustainable development, right? So what is financial inclusion? Well, financial inclusion means that individuals and businesses have access to useful and affordable financial products and services that meet their needs, transactions, payments, savings, credit, and insurance, delivered in a responsible and sustainable way. And what are the three pillars? Here we have three pillars of financial inclusion. We have access, quality, and usage, right? And we have an enabling environment under which these things operate, and that includes infrastructure, social norms, and education, right? And we'll get very deep in this afternoon into some of these enabling environment factors, right? But so we don't run into too much of the tea break. Think about social norms, right? If you live in a country, for example, with a high level of violence towards women, right? That itself might put women off from being able to access the financial products and services that they need because of fears for safety. So for me, example, I feel pretty safe. I could leave my house in Dili City at 3 in the morning and go to the ATM. I really do not feel unsafe. How many women here would feel safe doing that? Right? And that's an example of a social norm, right? That's an example of a social norm that I take it for granted. I could skip out anytime. I'm pretty certain that that's going to happen. And if something happens, I'm pretty sure myself, that's not the same for women. So all of a sudden, I'm able to go to the ATM and get my cash, but a woman who wasn't able because of fear for safety wasn't, right? That means the next day she might have to join the long line at the ATM and have to call in and say, I'll leave for work because I'm here trying to get cash, because I need to go pay the babysitter, right? These things have a knock-on effect, and it starts off from something very simple as not feeling safe enough to go to the ATM, right? Where does economic empowerment and financial inclusion fit? So if we again look at this Venn diagram where everything is overlapping, I think it's one of the most intuitive ways to look at sustainable development. We have gender equality, economic development, right? We have in that little intersection there in the middle in that darker gray, women's economic empowerment. We have financial inclusion generally being overlapping with economic empowerment and development and gender equality, and we have the little segment here that is women financial inclusion, right? And that fits squarely into the overlap between economic and the social pillars, right? I think, it's like a massive Russian doll where you take out and a smaller one inside, a smaller one inside, and a smaller one inside, right? But if you had to pin this where gender equality, economic development fits, it fits squarely in that overlap there, right? And we're going now, from now on out throughout the next 2 days, focus on this side of the equation, right? The gender equality and economic development, specifically the financial inclusion side, right? What does it mean when we talk about economic empowerment? Well, it's the capacity of women and men to participate in, contribute to, and benefit from growth processes in ways that recognize the value of their contributions, respect their dignity, and make it possible to negotiate a fair distribution of the benefits of growth, right? Again, being able to increase the access of people, women and men, to economic resources and opportunities, including jobs. You're empowered when you're able to access a job. All these IT vets that we have, it's to empower young men and women who may not be academically inclined or for whatever reason can't attend the traditional or pursue the traditional academic kind of trajectory, to be empowered, to have a trade, to seek employment, to generate income, to provide for their families, right? Women's economic empowerment is a prerequisite for sustainable development and for achieving the Millennium Development Goals and the Sustainable Development Goals, right? What are some of the factors when we think about economic empowerment, right? So this is This is a scorecard developed by the Cato Institute, right? And they call it the Economic Freedom of the World Index. And the index is composed of these factors that they believe are important for economic empowerment. So you have property rights, judicial effectiveness, government integrity, the tax burden, financial freedom, labor freedom, right? Being able to move to work, right? A great example is CSME in the Caribbean. The fact that my wife, for example, is a Trinidadian, and she's able to work in Belize under the CSME program. I'm able tomorrow, if I were so lucky to get a job maybe in Jamaica, to relocate pretty easily under the CSME program, right? That's significant economic freedom, right? Investment freedom, right? Trade freedom. And where do we compare with the rest of the world, right? So the score for Belize is the bottom number, and the average score, the global score is the top number. So you see property rights, we have a long way to go for Belize, right? There are still issues with our property rights regime, even though all intents and purposes we have a strong property rights system. We all hear about the stories at the Lands Department. We all hear about people not being able to get the land on time or the papers on time. We all hear about titles suddenly being lost, etc. Right? And it's not to kind of target the government, but these things happen, and these are things that we have to address. This is the status quo we're talking about, right? How about judicial effectiveness? Well, we do pretty good there relative to the global average, 70.2, and this is a 0 to 100 score. 100 being great, right? You're doing excellent, and 0 being you're doing poorly. Government integrity, again, some things to work out there. The tax burden, right there with the global average, right? We can do better, surely. Financial freedom, again, right there with the global average, slightly above. Business freedom, labor freedom, monetary freedom, investment freedom, and trade freedom, right? So these are some of the components, right? And I'd like you to kind of internalize and think about these things, because in this afternoon session, for example, and the sessions that follow, we're really going to dive into some of the social norms and the issues that women face that sometimes we just blindly take for granted, right? Especially men, right? And it's especially important to keep in mind when you have a lot of men making decisions, which we saw, for example, in the graph there with representation at the legislative level across the world. And these things go by the wayside, right? All right. I believe now it's what, 10 or 5. I think we can break there. Snacks outside, coffee, water. We'll come back in and we will have our panel discussion with Mr. King, Mr. Allegrini, and Mr. Irving from the National Women's Commission. Thank you all. specifically environmentally focused, right? The use of alternative energies is, of course, one component of sustainable development plan, for example. Who is responsible for sustainable development? Everyone, right? We can't expect the government itself to do it. We can't expect the private space. Surely can't expect the private sector to do it. That we know that didn't work, all right? The general public either. We need everyone involved to be able to achieve it. What is financial inclusion, right? It is defined as a process of ensuring access to financial services and timely adequate credit where needed by those who need it most, right? Most people got it correct. The other one is all of the above. Not quite, right? It's really only relating to the process of ensuring access to financial services and products that we need, men and women, right? What are the benefits, right? Bringing more and more customers to the bank and potentially increasing the business of the banks, helps to improve the standard of living of the majority of people, bridges the gap between rural and urban people, strong consumer protection, all of the above, right? That's what financial inclusion does. When you're a rural farmer and you can go to the nearest store and maybe cash out with one of the multiple mobile wallet solutions that we have now, that's financial inclusion, right? That brings him closer to what people in Belize City would be able to do when they go to the ATM, right? What proportion of Belize has a bank account? Now this is great, right? So a majority of people, around 26%, I think it's between a little bit more than that, about 30% believe between 55 and 65%. I believe that figure is closer to 67, about just below 60%, I believe, based on the last 65, based on the last one, right? I see almost something somewhere around there based on the last financial inclusion strategy. Things may have changed. That strategy was done in 2018, right? I think by all indications, with the rise of mobile fintechs and other things in Belize, financial inclusion might be much higher, right? What proportion of the Belizean female population has a bank account, right? So most of the responses were less than 50 or around 50%, and you'd be right, it's right around there, it's around 53%, something around there if I recall correctly. So good lay of the land, good understanding of what's going on there, right? So now we'll have our panel discussion. Let me bring over my.
And this panel discussion, everyone, really in the same spirit as last year, those of you who attended last year, it was really an open discussion between the panelists and the audience, right? We want you to be able to ask questions. If you have a pressing question in the middle of the panel, feel free to raise your hand. If you could wait until the end, that's great. We'll have a dedicated Q&A session, right? But again, a general discussion to have practitioners in the field. We have Ms. Michelle Irving here, the Executive Director of the National Women's Commission, dealing with issues, the social pillar, right? We talk about inclusivity, gender inclusivity in particular. And to get her to kind of pick her brain on what it means to Belize, where we are, what's our status quo, where do we want to be, right? And tie all these things in, her insight and her knowledge into the larger topic of financial inclusion. We have Mr. Ian King, Deputy Resident Representative of the UNDP in Belize, again, squarely on all pillars, really, right? When we talk about SDGs, looking at economic, social, and environmental pillars. And we have Mr. Victor Alegria, Director of the Sustainable Development Unit here in the Ministry of Sustainable Development, also championing locally all these interventions and policies that we need to be able to ensure sustainability. So one second, let me pull up. Great. So I guess I'll begin with you, Mr. King, if you don't mind. We looked at all the pillars. I think most people here are familiar with the pillars now. Several people here were last year's presentation as well. When we try to reconcile all these pillars, how do some cross-cutting issues such as environmental conservation intersect with women's economic empowerment or gender equality, for example? Because it's very easy to think these things are separate, no? There's no overlap. what can we say on that? How do some of these cross-cutting issues intersect? And I believe to just cover on the next there.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ramirez, for the opportunity to speak first. Also want to acknowledge my fellow panelists and the participants at this forum. So, very interesting question about what does that intersect? I think you're asking between women's economic empowerment, financial inclusion, and the environment. And maybe I can speak to that by saying that the strong link between the natural resource base and your Belize's development agenda. This is a country that has a very rich and diverse natural resource base and a population that's very dependent on it in terms of when you look at what is happening in agriculture and also in terms of what we know as what we have rebranded and because we do it before, but blue, the green, and the orange economy. At UNDP, we have been supporting, we've recognized and appreciated that is a central issue. So even when you look at the work of our small grants program and support in those areas, there has been a significant focus on in addressing livelihoods and blue-green economy and sustaining that natural heritage, but focus on women and youth and civil society. So over the past 30 years, for example, in which the the Small Grants Program, SGP, I'm getting locked up with my acronyms. Small Grants Program has been in Belize. There have been tremendous activities focusing on women in those areas. And I guess I can list them, but I'm not sure that listing them is necessarily what you want to hear, but certainly, it has not been a neutral approach. It's been an approach where it has been necessary to encourage and invest in them. Similarly, UNDP has supported, now to make sure I get the name right, the Progressive Sugarcane Producers Association in Orange Walk with women and youth in terms of sustainable farming systems. And so all of that is predicated on the fact that there is that very strong link and importance of the environment and natural heritage with livelihoods and economic empowerment. And so I think you did a really fantastic job in setting the context of which this this discussion is being held. And as the UNDP, certainly we can't complain with not being recognized for some of the work we've done, and even being, I think, over-recognized, as I said to you. But I think what was clearly demonstrated is, and I know others are going to speak to the issue of the whole issues of financial inclusion and the tools and the mechanisms, but what we really saw was, and I think the takeaway when you look at the SDGs, is that they are not singular elements to be addressed. So we know that the SDGs and the targets and so many goals, and you can lock in on, for example, gender. But you can't address issues of gender without addressing issues of poverty, hunger, life below water, and so on and so forth. And so I think when we look at these issues, increasingly we recognize you're not looking at them separately. So when I asked you a question, and then I apologize for interrupting about the status quo, because I think you showed three different perspectives of how we can look at it. I guess what I was trying to suggest is that's how we can perceive it in that way. But what is the status quo right now in terms of how it is perceived? And there's and you said it implicitly is an oversized reflection on the economy and less so on social and economic. As I said, the old idea that trickle down economics, if the economy grows, everyone's going to be happy and everyone's going to be good. And there's evidence that that's not the case. I'm sure I'm older than everyone else in this room, but I've been around long enough when I started working in the environment when I was accused of by a colleague in, I come from Barbados, Ministry of Tourism, people like you are holding back development. I think we appreciate now that you can't have development, whether it is social or economic, you can't move forward unless you understand there's a balance between those three. So I hope I kind of contributed to answering the question, but I know that my colleagues have a lot more to say, so let me stop here.
No, thank you. And I'm so glad you bring up that linkage with livelihoods. And working in the field as a consultant, one of the main issues is that we often, and again, we're going to get into this in the afternoon discussion, social norms. We often don't consider women as stewards of natural resources because we don't place them in the kinds of occupations that require them to be stewards of environmental resources. So you brought up fishing, for example. There are a lot of Belizean women fishermen in this country, right? But fisher folk, right? We automatically think that's a man's job, right? And we don't think that they are valuable stakeholders in, for example, preserving our fisheries. There are women who work in construction, right? There are women who work in aggregate mining, etc. Right? And we do it with our social norms, our little biases that we carry on through generations. We don't place them there. And then the linkage, like Mr. King points out, that linkage with livelihoods is lost, and we forget to address a very vulnerable segment of the population simply because we don't account for that linkage existing. I'm so glad you bring that up, right? When we talk about the problem of why we don't see women in particular jobs, etc., people often lose sight of the fact that there's a huge self-selection problem and a kind of a sample bias where obviously you might find men more naturally self-selecting to construction. And you take a sample and you might find majority are men, but you're losing sight of a whole segment of the population, women in particular, that engage in these kinds of activities, right? I'm so glad you brought that up. Thank you for that answer. Mr. Irving, so jumping off that and this connection with livelihoods, which is important because you can't address one often without addressing the other. What are some of the challenges in addressing gender disparities in the field?
Thanks very much, and good morning all. And I'm happy to share the discussion with the panel and with you, the audience. And of course, I went ahead and prepared a presentation, but I think that the discussion is far more important than just to go through some facts that you can find just about anywhere, And so you said something very important, and I'm a storyteller by, I don't know, I'm from Dambrega, so I guess we have a lot of oral traditions. And so I'll give you a story. I listen to everything, and I'm just know when you said there's a lot of women in as fishermen, right? So we say fisher folk, and you were talking about farmers a while ago, and you use the adjective he. So the pronoun, sorry. And so I'll give a story with that. I was doing a session in Guyana, and about community work and gender and all of those things. And we had to go in the fields and collect some. So I see some students here, and do our research and collect some information. So we were different groups, that went, and I was leading one group. And so I said, well, right away, I'll deal with women's groups, So, so somebody said, well, they'll deal with the farmers, somebody will deal with whosoever, different groups in the society. So when we went, men, we said, the women's group. So everybody from the women's group came over the side, and somebody said, the farmers group. All the people from the women's group left the women's group and went to the farmers group. But the preconceived notion was that the farmers group was going to be men. So the men who said that they were going to deal with the farmers were, you understand, and the women's group were going to be women. And so, like I said, we have to take it to, I'm from Dambrega, and I am used to, and those of us who are from there, seeing women when we used to catch the first bus, right? On that 5 o'clock bus, we see women going to the farm. They would get on the bus with their machete, their hoe, their bags, and they would stop off at a place called Ladies Farm. That's what the farm name, about 3 miles up. And they collectively farm at that area by farming cassava, and then they would add value to the cassava, and then they would collectively bake the cassava together and get the cash from that, and that's how they would support their family. So we know that women are farmers also, but in some cultures, automatically, that gender division takes place. And so we assume that, well, the farmers are men. And then more and more, we start to live those preconceived realities. And more now, we those sets of women have, passed away, and we have not seen other women or girls take up that tradition of them farming. But we could also then identify women in other farming areas. We're just talking about farming, for example. But I wanted to point out something that I saw in your presentation. And we talked about, for example, beliefs and property rights. And we saw that we were at 34.7 as opposed to the global 51.9. So all of those issues, again, affect women, ability to have the rights to their farm, to their property, and to then be able to be included in the economy. And talking about women and financial inclusion, how do they then would be able to then, be even seen, be even counted as farmers, as property owners, as the ability to be included in the financial systems of which they're very much excluded, especially when it comes to the ability for them to have access to loans, for example, have access to, we go back now to the collateral that is always as of a property. And if we have this problem with property rights in general, and if you break it down by the problem that women may have, because men may have some of the problems as well, it's in the general population, but men have the ability to move freer in the society because they are not usually struck with care work, which include caring for the elderly, caring for the children. So they would jump and come to Belmopan, sit down all day, and come back the next day and sit down all day again, when we as women would think to ourselves, Jesus Christ, I have to make the journey, send this one to school, I'm a sick, I have to carry soup, I have to go to hospital, go stay. So when I come from Belmopan, I have to go to hospital, sleep at hospital. All the ladies are shaking their heads because they're well aware of some of these stories, right? And so we kind of see where now we would be like, shucks, man, I don't even bother with that. Make them take the land or make them just go so, and so you reside yourself because it is so challenging to deal with the issue. So if we would think about financial inclusion to meeting people, and this is not only about women, I want to pause here when we talk about gender, we're talking about how issues, policies, practice affect both men and women, and not only men and women, but we talk about something that we call intersectionality, and that is where our reality of life meet, where rubber hit the road. So if you're a woman from a rural community all the way down south that you have to take like about 7.5 hours to reach the Belize City to go to Vital Stats, to wait 12 hours to try to get a birth paper, guess what? You won't have a birth paper, right? Because it's just, kind of impossible. And so if you are a poor man, for example, maybe in the urban centers, you might not know where you could go and get a birth paper. And so intersectionality affects men and women along the gender dimension differently. And so we have to talk about all those things along the continuum. A lot of times people no, this discussion is about women and financial inclusion, but that is also affected by their class, their education, their family, their access to information, their access to technology, their supportive environment or lack thereof. The issue of gender-based violence, I saw you put it up there, is also very much because if you are going to be questioned, if you are trying to do something, trying to be self-sufficient and trying to get in one of these programs from the UNDP, for example, in your women's group, women are also prevented from even attending groups by their partners because they feel that if they are a part of the group, they will become empowered and they will know more than them and they will make more money than them. And so obviously they will know that their life or their quality of life is not where it should be, and then go and find where it ought to be. I'll stop right there because I'm sure we'll have more discussion. Thank you.
No, thank you, Mr. Irwin. That's a wonderful answer, and you touched on so many things that we'll unpack in a minute. One, the implicit bias, even so, unconsciously saying he, right? We often refer to, again, we have these occupations that we simply don't place women in, and it's an implicit bias that we all have, and it's something that has long-lasting knock-on effects. Because again, you lose sight of the fact that these are people that need to be providing services and products in a particular industry, and you only focus on tailoring products for men because you at the financial service provider level, for example, when you're designing financial products, you think I'm going to design a financial product that makes it attractive for contractors to access maybe working capital finance, but you automatically think men, right? And you design unconsciously the people designing these products also be designing them with a man in mind, and you lose sight of the fact that you're also servicing women, right? I'm glad that we naturally went to some of the most important aspects of our economy, agriculture, for example. We do have a huge agricultural sector. A lot of these farmers are women, right? And it ties right back into the social, environmental, and economic pillar. Mr. Alegria, people can see others. Maybe if you turn around, you see other flags. First of all, we like the flag. I missed this in the beginning. Thank you so much to the Ministry of Sustainable Development for donating the time and this space to have this workshop here today. We were in constant communication with the ministry. The ministry is a valuable partner in of course, sustainable development. All those flags you see, you have the Forest Department, you have NEMO, you have the Fire Department, etc. And the Sustainable Development Unit is kind of like a glue, kind of ensuring that policy and interventions are kind of coordinated so that we bring about the best outcomes. So tell us a bit about the work of the unit, Mr. Alegria, and especially the intersections with gender, for example, in the lead.
So good morning, everyone. Let me say, other females, happy Valentine's. If you haven't been spoiled yesterday, we have until Friday or Saturday, by the way. So you still have chance if you have not been. First of all, I'm Victor Alegria, and I have been introduced. I have a little issue, so my apologies if I can maneuver too much and if I get too passionate and hurt myself, then I just. So yes, a brief introduction. So yes, I was sharing some information a while ago with the two persons from BTL, on a little overview of the ministry, and probably that I can start from that. The Ministry of Sustainable Development, Climate Change and Disaster Risk Management has three portfolios. The environmental portfolio, Sustainable Development portfolio being one of those, which has within there the Sustainable Development Unit. We have the Department of Environment, by its nature and broad mandate over all environmental issues of the country, and the National Biodiversity Office, and we have just been annexed the Solid Waste Management Authority in the past month or so. And the Climate Change portfolio, we have Forest Department, we have the Protected Areas Conservation Trust, and those are the entities that deal a lot with, and then the National Climate Change Office, more importantly, right, that deals specifically with climate change related issues and so forth. And then you have the disaster risk management that is comprised of the National Emergency Management Organization. You have the Met Office, and you also have the missing one, National NEMO, the Fire Department. There we go. So those are the agencies. As for the Sustainable Development Unit, one of our key roles, a very focal point for the Sustainable Development Agenda, the 2030 Agenda on Sustainable Development. I just wanted to share a bit in terms of, we have just been providing an overview of the 17 Sustainable Development Goals, but even before the Sustainable Development Goals, and I think we have all heard about the Millennium Development Goals, which is essentially 7 or 8 goals that were actually moved now to the Sustainable Development Goals much broader in scope, more comprehensive, essentially. But the principles of sustainable development is really what is, in my opinion, even more important, right? The basic principles, for example, of transparency and accountability, the issue of gender equality, because gender equality is a cross-cutting issue. It doesn't matter which SDG you're talking about, women empowerment, women inclusion, all of those things are absolutely important for us to be able, as a country and as a group, to be able to move forward. The issue of leaving no one behind, this is one of the most important principles that the UN is very strong in that area, to ensure that as a society that we cannot really move forward in terms of achieving sustainable development unless we look at those that are left behind, those that are farthest behind, and those are typically those vulnerable populations, right? We have kids, we have the elders, we also have, women, of course, people with disability. Those are the people that we try to ensure that if we don't, as a society, bring those to a certain level of sustainability before we even move them out together as one, then we're essentially not being able to move, in my opinion, in the true spirit of what sustainable development is. Of course, another principles of integration and multidisciplinarity, those are issues that are very important to achieve the 2030 Agenda on Sustainable Development. At the national level, we also work in partnership with the Ministry of Economic Development. For those who are aware, the Ministry of Economic Development is a planning ministry that falls under the Ministry of Finance, Economic Development, and Industry, right? And so we work with them in trying to ensure that the principles of sustainable development, that the Sustainable Development Agenda and its 17 goals, targets, and indicators, that those are embedded into our national planning, because that is very key. That is the most important and basic element for us to be able to move towards sustainable development and those 17 goals. As a country, we need to make sure that we adapt those, right? We need to take those and own those 17 sustainable development goals. And so what we do, we essentially work with the Ministry of Economic Development to ensure that those, that the agenda, the principles, and the goals are embedded into our national planning process. And so we have a couple of documents that I think are very important, and I encourage you guys to probably find those and read those, easily accessible, and we can provide it to you. One is the 20-year development strategy for the country, the Horizon 2030, that sets the government and the country's 20-year development priorities. And of course, in there you have issue of gender. That is cross-cutting in any of our national and sector plans. To achieve those, of course, we have medium-term development strategies. Every 5 years, we try to develop a medium-term strategy that then tells us how are we going to progress towards achieving that long vision of what Belize should be in the next 20 years. And so we have completed one of those cycles, the Growth and Sustainable Development Strategy, that concluded in 2020. And now we have actually last 2 weeks or so, 3 weeks, we actually launched the second medium-term development strategy, which is the Plan Belize medium-term development strategy. In there, we have 6 strategic objectives that this government has identified as priority. And priority for many reasons, including the issue of economic recovery. As a country, the pandemic, not only the country, globally, we face a lot of challenges, a lot of setbacks, as was rightfully mentioned. But these 6 strategic priorities are what we intend as a government to then move forward as a country to be able to reach that level, at least hopefully come back to where we were pre-pandemic. And those are poverty reduction, which have been hearing, the issue of economic transformation, trade deficit, citizen security, protection of the environment and natural resources, and no corruption and good governance. And I think those are, if you think about each one of those, you see the value in each of those. And what we work then is, alongside the Ministry of Economic Development, we have established a framework for implementation of these 6 strategic objectives. So we have created core working groups. We have our secretariat that is between the Ministry of Economic Development and the Ministry of Sustainable Development by nature for mandates. And within that, we have core working groups for each of these strategic objectives. And this is something new in comparison to the previous strategic, the national strategy, in the sense that it is now putting staff responsible for each of those to make sure that the action, the programs, the projects and actions within each of those strategic objectives are actually materialized, that we can monitor those, that we can track those, that we can report against those, that we learn, because now this whole issue of the European Union and the UN is also looking at not only monitoring evaluation, but the learning process, so that we are able to adapt, to adjust as quick as possible to be able to to include new trends, new information, new technology, etc., and be able to move fast. And if we learn by our mistakes, it is very important, not only from a global but personally, right? You can beat your one time, gender violence, beat out, or I don't know, from a never there, but nevertheless, right? You find, but you adapt, right? And that is very important that you learn from your mistakes. And you do, and I'm speaking, maybe a little interesting, but as I was sharing earlier, I am a king between all king and queens. I have 5 daughters, so for me, the issue of gender is really and truly it's rooted there. I cannot run away from that. So that is in essence what we're doing. We also have within the medium-term development strategy, in addition to mainstreaming the sustainable development goals and agenda into the medium-term development strategies, we are also responsible as a unit to lead along the Statistical Institute of Belize, the monitoring evaluation component. So we're about to, with the support of the UNDP specifically, develop the monitoring evaluation framework for the planned medium-term development strategy. And so we will lead that along with SIB. And then reporting, we're trying to establish a systematic approach to national reporting so that we can do so through the voluntary national reviews, which are reports that we, within the UN member countries, actually have to report against the progress that they're making towards achieving the sustainable development goals. So those are the main functions that we have.
Thank you. And I like the fact that you bring up the fact of the importance of embedding, right? Because one of the objectives of the workshop is why we invite so many different people. We have financial service providers here, we have students, we have women entrepreneurs, we have potentially future women entrepreneurs. Even at the entrepreneur level, designing a product that will set you apart, you get a keen advantage by embedding issues of sustainability, for example, gender inclusivity, right? When you design a product, will this product be as useful for women as it will be for men, right? If you're an entrepreneur, let's say you're developing some cosmetology product or whatever it may be. From a finance provider perspective, like I said earlier, would this service be as beneficial for women as it will be for men? We talk about SIB, collecting statistics, collecting data on where we are status quo. Will the way I collect statistics be as effective for women, collecting from women, collecting from men, right? Sometimes, for example, in rural areas, you might find that, and I'm referring to bounce up on a certain point, there's this really outdated and archaic mindset that, anything that's business, like anything that has to do with the family, I deal with it. I'm the man. So if the census people come, you don't step out there and talk to the census people. I'll deal with it. And if I'm not there, well, the census people do not get any responses from us. I'm really glad you brought up that fact about embedding it into everything, because it's something that not only the private and public and civil society and academia do, but even entrepreneurs as well. Moving, backwarding off of that, by Mr. Alegria, Mr. King, what are some of the discrete interventions in Belize, or maybe projects in the pipeline, that have this very strong gender component that we're trying to embed and account for in everything that we do, sustainable development wise?
Thank you for that. Maybe I can start out to come in, because one of the things as I was preparing for this, participating in this, I did reach out to our team, our team in our regional office, just to also get a sense of what is happening at a regional level in the context of women's financial inclusion towards economic empowerment. And of course, there are a long list of excellent examples that I thought before I come back to looking at what we're doing. So I think one key point, I think you mentioned it here, and I hope I can get back for it, but the whole issue of different financial instruments and mobile money. So we do know that, and interesting that example of only 34% of people do not have bank accounts. I saw that because DPF really conducted the socioeconomic impact assessment following the 2 months. There's one for COVID and also one to support the MSMEs. And that's one of the findings. And I think that was consistent with previous findings, but intuitively it doesn't seem to be the case, does it? But the whole issue of access to finance and the use of digital tools like mobile money and so on clearly is an area that we'll address, and so there are examples of that. But an example that I also like to reference is also a study by CAF, Development Bank for our region, noting that financial institutions specifically recognize the opportunity of creating gender-sensitive products. So addressing the implicit issues that Ms. Irvin mentioned, targeting women specifically to facilitate women's access to financial and non-financial services. But one specific finding that's quite interesting is that more returns are generated from the financial point of view if it's taken into account that women have a higher repayment rate than men, lower delinquency rates levels, and tend to be more loyal customers. And I'm sure, as you will hear from financial institutions, know this already. So even with different levels of commercial. The other example, and there are quite a few, but it wouldn't be useful to walk through all of them. But the other one I wanted to mention was one of the things that we've been trying to do with UNDP globally is have something called accelerator labs, which exploration, experimentation, and scale-up solutions. And a specific lab in Argentina, UNDP Argentina, focused on financial inclusion and grassroots solutions, and looking at those. The focus on financial inclusion as an effective strategy to address the SDGs. And of course, any examples that I mentioned, I'm happy to follow through and share. But a number of things that were found in trying to look at those, and maybe that's going to come into the discussion with the financial service sector a bit later. But the design of financial instruments for left behind populations must take trust as an input into their work. So that's a key aspect. The success of any financial solution, product, or service, whether public or private, is closely related to the first experiences being simple, intuitive, and inexpensive. People find more value in learning from practice and theoretical training, and I think we can appreciate that. And the segment of the target population or audience has to be taken into account to determine solution sustainability. So potential solution for one group doesn't necessarily automatically apply to another. It's important to consider the actual distance of financial services to low income neighborhoods and how to make these services available. And lastly, and I haven't touched on this, I'm going to come on this when we talk, of course, is digitization can allow for easy access to financial institutions. And so you asked a question about some of the work that we're doing. And I gave some examples a bit earlier about supporting some work, whether it's in agriculture, in Orange Walk, or whether you look at the list of work done by SGP and some other work that we're doing. Two things I want to make mention of. We have been working with the Ministry of Public Utilities, e-governance, I can't remember the full name, so forgive me, and I apologize to colleagues from the ministry who were in the room for not having that one on the tip of my tongue. And looking at the whole issue of advancing e-governance. So there was a mention of, for example, accessing vital statistics. And, you know, I live in Belmopan, and sometimes I get up early. And whether, I mean, I'll look at going to the gym or walking. I can pass the immigration department. And what I used to see was a plethora of people outside immigration as early as 5:15 in the morning and so on, waiting to go in the queue to get that. And I've heard about, you know, vital statistics and other areas of land and so on. And so recognizing that one of the aspects of realizing our SDGs and rights and so on is access to services. And so we really have been supportive of government as it looks to build out that e-governance where people can access services more readily. You can understand what the services that you can access. You can understand what's required of you. Because if you don't understand what's required of you, of course, you are more open to be taken advantage of. And so we have been supporting that. And maybe some colleagues in here have been part of the digital transformation course that we've supported members of public service going on as one step, but also supporting the whole process of rolling that out. And I know that IDB, maybe when they speak later, we'll talk about how they are supporting that broader rollout. And the other one is working with Beltrade in terms of the virtual knowledge center, but also strengthen the capacities of MSMEs in terms of addressing digitization and using those tools. So one of the things we observed in COVID was the fact that it demonstrated how much those entities and organizations that could transfer into this new technology were able to move forward and so on. But it's working remotely, but also reaching your markets, accessing your goods and so on. And so we're working with them to support that with a very clear view of also supporting women, because the other aspect of MSMEs is the majority of micro enterprises are owned by women. But then when you go to small and medium size as well as large, the majority begins to shift to be being owned by men. And even in terms of things like financial literacy and access to financial instruments, of course, it changes when you go from the small micro to the large. So working in that space is also another area. And then lastly, recognizing the need to give access to these tools. So it's all well and good to say there are these tools for training and they're so on, but how do you access them? And so we're also working with e-governance unit and Beltrade to establish telecenters. Hopefully we begin to see those being rolled out in the next month or two in different parts of the country to really also give access regardless of what the focus is, whether it's MSMEs or services and so on, because even as you talk about e-governance and so on, you can make them, you can make those services available digitally, but I may still look to you and say, well, how do I access those services? And so we also need to make sure we give the resources to enable people who, look, I mean, I have 2 phones and 3 SIMs on the desk next to me. People have computers and other tools. So I know that accessing things electronically is not an issue, but we also know that there are a range of people for whom that is a challenge. Even if they have a phone, have the data to have the service. So I think we need to look at those areas, and those are some of the things that we're looking at in addition to the specific programs addressing livelihoods and re-governance. So perhaps I should stop there.
Thank you so much. That's so important to bring up the issue with e-governance and how we can make our services as a country more accessible to everyone. But making them more accessible begins with first looking at these services through a gender lens. Like Mr. Irving so rightly pointed out, right? Who's the one waiting in the immigration line? It's the woman with the kids, right? The mom with the 2 kids that need passports because they need to travel, and the husband usually doesn't take on those responsibilities. That woman could be working, but she had to take a day off, right? That could have repercussions. So it's so important to kind of, even when we think about e-governance, to look through the gender lens, and it's a great initiative by the government and by the UNDP to kind of transform the way we do governance, right? Provide these services, particularly catering for some of the most vulnerable and marginalized segments of our society. And like you mentioned, our firm, we did work on MSME strategy. We found some really interesting results there. We spoke with a variety of stakeholders. Now, Ms. Irving, I'd like to ask you, because we say looking at the gender lens is fine, but for some reason, a lot of people, it hasn't been done as often as we would like. What do we do right as a country or do wrong when we're trying to coordinate these massive interventions that Mr. King mentioned about making things more accessible through e-services, but ensuring that we don't lose sight of the fact of gender? What are some of the things we do right or wrong in the country?
Well, Mr. King is chuckling beside me here because he knows that's such a loaded question. And I think that first thing we do wrong is that we misunderstand the concept of gender, and even from a policy standpoint. And so we always somehow, I don't know how gender get to be interpreted as LGBT people will take over the world. And that is still a concept in Belize. So we have to address, our definitions and what we're talking about and what gender means. And even if we're talking from the standpoint of now sustainable development, where gender has been inserted so much, maybe not so much from our understanding, but like what Mr. Alegria said, we are dealing now with the EU and the UN and the different people, the the GCF, you have to have a gender component to everything you do, because already development agencies have determined that that's the only way, because we have tried the one before, it hasn't worked. So we have to try something new, and the next novel thing would be gender. But how do we ensure that from a political will standpoint, that is understood and respected for what it is? So we now see that for access of financing mainly, maybe more so than the true passion for gender, is that, we have to have a gender policy. We have to put in place, it's true, even the financial institutions, everybody are rushing on board to get their policy, because then you can't access Green Climate Fund if you don't have a gender policy. You can't access EU fund if you don't have a gender policy, just for example. And so now we need to see then, does the country have a gender policy? What are we talking about when we refer to gender? Have you read it? Do we know what it is? We have a lot of young people in there. Have you read the gender policy that is, just will be onboarding that 2021, 2030? All right. Do you, are these the same pillars of development that we see on the SDGs? Are these the pillars in the policy? So that's some of the things. So we bring a lot of bias, real ingrained bias towards gender, and we refuse. It's very hard to deconstruct belief and biases, right? Because they are not from a place of knowledge. They're from a place of feelings and emotions, and that's hard to, anybody will tell you, right? You can't, it's difficult. But so our job to then say, this is what we mean by when we say gender. This is what we're talking about. And of course, gender is inclusive of everyone. It's a human rights concept, and human rights are inclusive of everyone. So there will be those vulnerable groups that are included. It has to be, because if we are serious about taking care of everyone and leaving no one behind, those that are most vulnerable has to be there. And I want to piggyback just off of the idea of e-governance that we saw in two things. E-governance that we saw during COVID, when we had to be on the lockdown. First of all, if we look from a gender perspective and we talk about women ability to they may have all the phones, they may have the computers and everything, but their ability to really maneuver around that tool is sometimes very limited, because that's why we have, for example, STEM. Women and girls are not involved in science, technology, and those things because of the gendered work. And so we see who play video games and who learn very quickly how to maneuver the tools, boys, because they have more leisure time. They carry out the garbage and they clean the yard. They do that Tuesdays and Thursdays, and you clean the yard once a month. Girls you wash up 3 times a day. You help tend to the baby. You're helping out the clothes. You fold up the clothes right around. You help serve tea, and so your time is occupied. You don't have time for video games. Just as simple as that, no? So when I say video games, because that's a way you get comfortable with the tool, all right? And that's how you get from very young to be able to manipulate the tool. So I'm just using that as an example. And then even if we further on, you can go to any university, and maybe one of you guys can help me up here, but I will just take my generalist hat and say, if you go to IT, to computer technology, IT, those who are mostly majoring in those subjects would be the same ones who have the leisure time to be able to learn how to manipulate that system by being left alone to play the games and to take down and deconstruct the computer and build it up back again. And so because they were in their room, like I say, carry the garbage twice a week and help clean the yard once a month. So they were in their room. I know I have a son, and I think that it's gender construct. And so you go in and you find all these little parts in the room that he is deconstructing and constructing, while maybe the daughter, well, I can't do that to my daughter. She will be kind of plain and straight. But the point is that in many households, the daughters wouldn't have that that time. But we try to ensure that both boys and girls, just from our lens, have the same time. So we have to, for example, I have a women's group in Danbury Power. We have one of our co-founder right here, Miss Ifashina Efeneme she's wearing many hats, but we had to be the one to support the women using the technology. So we had to go around, put the information on our page. They were contacting us, ever so much, and we have to use some of our same children, the same young boys that were playing the video game to help us and say, hey, fill out this form for this one, fill out this, because it was so much. And they needed the support to get it done. And so there are two things with that: trust, and if they trust the site, if they trust that this will happen, if they're just this is something that will scam them. All of these things you have to also know. Me myself, I have a colleague here with me yesterday. I find a nice website with Birkenstock for $30, and I'm like, man, I will buy 10. I said, look at this site for me. He said, no, Miss Mish, that's not safe. Of course it's not safe. But somebody, if you didn't have that, somebody that you click, put in your credit card, right around, send for 10, and there they go, your whole whatever banking done. You see what I'm saying? So these are some of the things that now hamper people, and you're not seeing those lines because you have to make the appointments, and you don't get appointment up till July. So we may stand up in a line till July, but we wait electronically till July. So it looks like it has worked.
Yeah.
But has it really? So with all things, we have to have the monitoring and evaluation framework to ensure that we are reaching the target that we're supposed to reach, and that when we're not seeing something, that doesn't mean that the next thing is working, right? And so I know, because I need a passport for travel, and I'm trying to call everybody, say, oh, you know somebody from immigration, tell them who come this mission. So no, that's another point I want to bring out in terms of the gender standpoint. A lot of times, the way how we socialize boys and girls differently, boys form a network of clubs that sometimes support each other. So they will know, don't worry, I know the immigration guy. I will give him a call, and we drink at the same bar, bar number 13. So I have a list out that thing, and we will get down to business there, because many of the things, as we know, are made in the informal sector. You understand? While as women, we don't have those same networks, right? We have friends and we have different things, but we don't know nobody. We know nobody. It seems that we're just in that little, grouping there that is not connected to policies and to different to the way a lot of things get done, especially in our very informal society. And that's the way things work in our society. We have to be real, even if we're talking about financial inclusion. Many people are like, oh, no worry, I know the banker, I know the management, national banker and guy. Me, I think I school together, and we're in the same lodge. So I was set up a message for, set up an appointment for you, tell them about it, one conseil, right or wrong, right? So these are some of the ways, but we have to then institute policies that are clear. So even in terms of the e-governance with the passport, what if you have a sick emergency? So there should be on the site then, well, emergency sick, official travel emergency. Whatever it is that you have to be able to bypass, as opposed to be able to know somebody will get you in, or get your stuff done. So these are some of the things that we see when we look at some of the sectors, that how it works differently for women and how it works for men. So even if we're talking about those the cash, the e-wallet, the mobile wallet, simple thing like documentation that women don't have. I have this lady, she saw thief all her money out of the e-wallet because she had to use his social security because she don't have none, right? So these are some of the real examples that happens, right? And it happens far too how you call it, too often than we would like. And so access to ensuring that all the systems are in place and knowledge of the system, trust in the system is then built in.
No, those are great points. And before we turn to what Ms. Alvira, who seems ready to participate, and I think what you allude to in the end is how we design products. And in day 3 of the workshop, tomorrow in the afternoon and in day 3, we have 2 presentations on how we can think about designing gender inclusive products. The point you bring out about that exclusion happens at a very young age. So, I'm glad you brought up the point about informality. In the MSME study, in partnership with Beltran, you found that a lot of women, MSME women, were in the informal sector. And again, this is where we don't take these biases into account. That friend network that the Serving points out, that friend network, when it comes time for a man to set up his business and get a trade license, which can be a cumbersome thing, you have to go, hey, start this up. And the woman doesn't have that facility. So she's operating informally. She's operating without the protection of law because she's by default operating illegally. And these things have really significant long-term effects, knock-on effects. Just this morning, I was listening to the radio, and they're afraid the radio, I think it's not Carlos and the radio show, but they're talking about the issue with IT vets in the country, and that there's not enough uptake of vocational and skills training in the country, and that also that there's not a lot of women. And I think to myself, I said it, and I told my colleague when we were driving up here, I said, even if you are mechanically inclined, right? Let's say even you are good at something, a skill. Let's say mechanics. What are your prospects as a mechanic to work on the street side in Belize? Naming how many mechanic shops you know have a nice place you could drive in, sit down, have a coffee, feel safe. And that's for men. So we expect a woman, right? Even if a woman wants to be a mechanic, which is fine, it happens in other countries as well, to go to IT vet and to go into a male-dominated field in Belize and work in a place without even an HR department. So these things, we lose sight of these things and then say, oh, but why women not join? But are you thinking about what their prospects are after they finish? What the prospects of a female electrician are, right? In a male-dominated field? To work for a contractor will probably have to pay taxes or have no safety protocols, right? No HR department, no bathroom, for example. Right? We lose sight of these things. Mr. Alvira, I think you wanted to jump in as well, right? But on the, for example, the sustainable development side, especially the economic side, when we talk about economic development, some of these things are hard to break down. How would the monitoring framework, for example, and all the things you mentioned, help us to kind of tackle these issues that the Serving pointed out?
Okay, my neck almost cracked 3-4 times. I got a few blows that I didn't know how to react. Well, there's so much to unpack really, but let's look at. I wanted to share with you guys what are some of the principles of the country's medium-term development strategy, right? And it speaks. I'm sorry for my glasses, ready. Yeah, so. It is that we have to have an opportunity, and this is the basic principles. You know, have an opportunity to attend school and be educated and trained with relevant skills. Personal success starts with good education. That's an important point. Have adequate health care, including timely access to quality primary health care. Everyone must be healthy to produce and fend for themselves and their family. Have access to a piece of land. Have access to employment, a good job, of course. And have access to decent housing. Those are just basic elements and principles that the Plan Belize medium-term development strategy is rooted on, that we have to ensure that these things are there. And in the plan itself, you will see, if you read through it, there's specific programs and projects that are geared towards ensuring that women are placed at the center of these commitments that we're making as a government, as your government at the end of the day. And one of the things that I was thinking about, okay, so solutions, and I was listening daycare to the comments made in terms of, well, the boy goes and he has to do the garbage once or twice, and then the females are the ones that do everything. And I think, some of the solutions that I'm probably jumping the gun in terms of potential solutions and whatnot, because the policy aspects are all good and fine, but we know that, we can have all the good policies, but from policies to actions is where we begin to fail. We don't all these beautiful plans and all these dreams and all these things are just what it is, dreams, but we don't put it into action. And so for me, it's how do I as a public servant, how do I as a father of five, move from that policy and making these decisions and putting it in a paper and making that a reality. I'll give you an example. You mentioned about the kids. As I sat down right here, my daughter's in Chetumal studying dentistry. And one of them called me, texted me a picture of their arm was just hit at the university. I mean, as I'm sitting down here. And so all the texts are coming in, what next, what to do, whatever. I sent 2 texts to them. Right? Your survival skills are not there anymore. They are 4 years now, self-independent. In and everything that I have taught you, the critical thinking aspects, let that kick in. I'm not there to do, sorry, I'm in a panel. I have an hour before I can contact you. Send 2 numbers, deal with that. They texted me back a couple minutes ago that they resolved the issue, they did this, that, and the other, and that's it. The issues that we're facing, all the challenges that we're facing in terms of women empowerment, in my humble opinion, starts at home. We have to be the ones at home to instill certain principles and basic things to our kids. I have 5 daughters. I don't have a boy, and probably God knows why He didn't give me a boy. And not that I want a boy, because I've seen boys do more damage than anything else. But on the flip side, though, you see, and sorry, because you have to do sometimes, as you shared a lot of personal experiences, and I think sometimes we need to understand these things to see where we are, because sometimes we make decisions, and sometimes making decisions behind a desk is one thing, but you need to know and live that for you to know what your decisions are, what your recommendations are, how that can be translated to action. Right? And you can do that to your boy and say you do this and that. On mine, I am the one, and I am not to confess, that I'm the workaholic at home, but my wife is a professional also, primary school vice principal. When I go home, I try to sweep, I have to clean. When she's finished with the cooking, one thing I don't know to do cook. That's one thing I want to help. But I'll clean a house better than most people. That is. I know where the best tacos and barbecue are, but that's about it. But any chores at home, I make sure I do it, and I as much as possible. I have 3 small kids, 8, 10, and 12, and I have 2 teenagers. Saturdays and Sundays, no, you have to help everyone take a chore, and I show them, and even my teenage daughters know this. If we all come together and take the house in 1 hour, we have everything in order. We can spend the rest of the day to do other things. If that is not done, then you can't do anything. I teach my girls all, being critical thinkers at all times. And I always tell them, I went to school in the US, and they will tell you point blank, you're a minority. In the US, you can be black, brown, Garifuna, Maya, whatever. You are considered minority black. That's it. They put all of those together. Right? And so there you see clearly that a woman has to be 10 times as more productive, 10 times smarter, right? And savvy to be able to compete on it, if you're not going, right? So those are things that you have to make sure that your kids understand from the beginning. And not only the females and not only the males, both of them. Because the males have to understand that, listen, you have a mother, you have the sisters, what you don't want for them, you don't do it to others. Very simple and basic principles, right?
Sorry, I'm really glad you bring up that point, and it goes to Ms. Irvin's point about the fact that we misunderstand gender.
Exactly.
And we often think that at home, and this is where, and Ms. Akin knows this, one of all the projects that are carried out by the UNDP across the world, a lot of interventions start at the home, at the family level, right? At the home level. Because we have these misperceived notions about gender and what each gender should provide. So, for example, what Ms. Alegria pointed out is that we often think that young girls should be shielded from difficult decisions, from decision making in general. And we think that the only ones that can provide care and affection are women in the household. And that the men are just there to kind of lay down the land and stuff. And these things again have knock-on effects where we have, like Ms. Irving pointed out, you have adult women that don't have the capability or the capacity to work with digital products because they were always shielded at the home level, right? And in tomorrow's panel, we have academia here to speak about how as a country we're looking at tackling these things from the educational perspective, but also from the family level, right? Because that's where a lot of these things happen. And I'm glad you bring that up because it goes hand in hand with what Mr. Irving says about our misunderstanding, our confusion of gender. And it's easy to have this knee-jerk reaction to the term with everything that's happening in the world in terms of genderism in general, right? But these things are important to keep in mind. I guess before we close,
One last intervention. So where things might start at home, and this is where all of us, have that equal responsibility to instill those things to your kids, male or female. You shouldn't have your son doing 2 chores a day and decide that's it, he's done with it, right? But it starts at home, right? And then it moves into academia, and that is very important. And then academia has another role to play. And our educational policies have to go beyond that. And so, for example, in the plan release, you have where emphasis is put in vocational schools and order to ensure that. But before you even reach at that point, at the primary school, at the secondary schools, teachers need to not only teach, but you see like innovation hubs that Mr. King said it's the same. That is very important. You need to have your kids. My daughter's asking me, so what's it? What do you like? What's an engineer, an architect, and those things? And you guide them and you see what they're good at and you see their skills that they have. And you, as a parent, you have that responsibility to observe, analyze, and then guide and support, right? So that at the end of the day, before they reach at that point that you're already at 6 form or whatever, then you feel hard for where will I go and do mechanics or AC, conditioning, whatever. So you have to ensure that they understand that STEM, the science, technology, engineering, mathematics, from the primary school level and above, that they begin to prepare for that, right? So that they're able to be then, entrepreneurs, that they can even work for themselves rather than you working with someone. I always tell them, I have been a consultant. I have survived very well in consulting business, better than government woman, and 3 times the salary, right? You just try to influence change right now, but I do it for a reason, right? You plan your life around that. And let me tell you that policy to action, and leave it at this, right? We are the ones that have to make that as a people. We are the ones that need to give the direction to our policymakers. The data statistics has to be there because they always give you that excuse that I don't have the data. Show me disaggregated data where, when, how can we be more effective and efficient. But at the end of the day, you have to translate that policy to legislation into actual action. Look at a simple example, and I'll stop there. In the US, for example, at state universities, where I went at the University of South Florida, for example, 20% of faculty has to be a minority group. Period, end of story. Right? Otherwise, the school is penalized for not having that. So what happens? You have 100 professors, 20 of them has to be minority, as per law. If you're not, then you begin to penalize. So if one person, a minority, resigns, you have to get another minority to replace. Within that minority group, you have to have a percentage of women. Again, something that they have to do. So we have to stop that talking and saying these are the policies and it is beautiful and everything. We have to take responsibilities ourselves individually at home, in primary school, secondary school, that level, and then be able to then ensure that then those are translated into laws. Those are the couple of things that I think it's important to understand that we cannot all the talk and say all these beautiful things, but at the end of the day, both government has their role to play that, and private sector has equal role to do that, and the government has to incentivize private sector to be able to then take that responsibility and say, okay, as my company, my establishment, I will make that a policy that we have to hire so percent of women. We have to make sure that. I was general manager for BNE Trust. We give scholarships. We give scholarships to really vulnerable people in the city. One of the conditions that I put in my scholarship program that you have to do, and I work with other credit unions that private conflicts are 42 big ones in the city. For you to get a scholarship from me, from BNE Trust, you had to open, or we open a credit union at home for you, and we will put $100 every week for you to keep your scholarship. 4 years in high school, you would have to put $2 or $3 every week. I don't remember what it was, it might be less than that, but you have to every week put something in there. And we work with the primary schools and secondary schools such that then the same teachers and whatnot will be able to allow the student to do some little chores, do something at the school, then they can. Or restore belief, we try to find something for them. They will be assigned a mentor for the mentor to guide them through the process, because sometimes the parents fail. And so you have to have a mentor in your community, in society, that will take you, embrace you as a child, and give you that guidance also. So those are little things, but important in terms of women inclusivity is ensuring that you have a bank account, that you show them financial, management, and financial intelligence education, that they know the importance of saving, even with a small percent. And I did that from I was small. I would work for 11 years upwards, and from 11 years, a small percentage of my salary every single time I paid through my schooling, but that every money that I got, a small percentage went to my home. You do those things, you will see, you'll be surprised how much that take you. But by the time you want to go to university, it's a good start for you to actually.
Yeah. No, and that's the kind of knowledge that we're trying to impart here in the workshop, and the kind of things that we want to see happen at home with young women and girls. I'm glad you bring up the fact about legislation, because eventually, right, like you said, we don't want to be talking about these things for the next 20 years. The UNDP and the UN also doesn't want us countries to be talking about things for the next 20 years. We want to have, hopefully, legislation in place that could help us protect our resources and for future generations, and ensure that we improve. I guess, thank you so much to the panel for being with us today. I'll open now the floor to the attendees. Any questions? Feel free to raise your hand. We'll pass you on.
Hi everyone. Thank you so much for all your contributions. I'm studying psychology and human resource management at the University of the West Indies, and so having this discussion around like gender and what it is, and all the ways, the small little ways that we perceive people and perceive the things we do, a lot of the times people don't take into perspective. I guess I want to walk back, because your comment just now about being able to, since like your salary, being able to save small pieces of it as you go along. It made me think about like what maybe men versus women are spending on in their salaries. So I have a brother, he turned 18, and recently, like I keep seeing him like, all of a sudden he seems to have this like freed up money, like he's coming home and he has like little extra things, and I'm like, meanwhile when he was like 17 and younger, he was broke like a dog, according to him. So, so now I'm like looking at it, I was like, where's he getting this money from? Where's this financial freedom that he's all of a sudden come across? And it made me realize that, if me and someone my age, I'm 22, were to be paid something, I still live with my parents because rent is crazy, buying things are crazy. But at 22, I'm still required to buy things that for my sustenance. So if I compare that to someone, male at 22, living with their parents, we know that men, statistically, they don't change over a lot of their physical, personal items as often as women do. So shirts, undershirts, underwear, pants, shoes, things like that. So that's a lesser thing that they're spending money on. We could say that women can do that as well, but women experience, unfortunately, a lot more hormonal changes, and therefore are open to different sorts of health issues which may affect their body, the way clothes fit them, stuff like that. So that might be accounted for more things. You have to talk about like menstrual products. Women have to buy that. Men, they don't have to think about that. Physical care. I don't want to say statistically, but from what I've seen, it's more often that men have shorter hair and are required socially to, take care, do less care for their skin, you know, or hair in general, they're not required to shave, get rid of it, wax, all that. Women are expected to do that, you know, nails, blah, 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 all that stuff, additional. And you can say, oh, but if a woman really wants to save money, they cannot do that. But there are like genuine social, sometimes physical repercussions for deciding not to do those things. Deciding, oh, I don't want to do my hair, oh, I don't want to get nails, I don't want to buy new clothes, I can't just stop buying menstrual products, you know, those things. And so that had me thinking, you know, it's like, that's why maybe, you know, all those years that we've been asking him to pay $10 towards Mommy Mother's Day gift, you know, that is. And, you know, the expectation of, you know, he's been a child all that while, but he's had that freedom to save all the change with leftover from the lunch money. And he's also the younger one, and I know that sometimes they get preference or something. And so I think it's what we consider, you know, small things, because in passing, you've never thought about, when was the last time I like buy my own shampoo? Like as a man, I bought my own shampoo. Because I know my brother still uses my things, he still uses my hair care product, still uses, and if he runs out, he has his parents upstairs, you know. And so it's like small things for that, but for maybe women or people who identify as women, it's like, you know, so specific.
I'm really glad you bring it up, and before I would panelists to comment. Someone at the financial inclusion workshop last year gave me a really amazing example. He said, tomorrow, the bank person, right, that the loan officer, tomorrow a man walks into the bank, all dirty, full of cement, he's a contractor. No problem. He's a contractor, if he could show me that he could pay back the loan, or give the loan. He said a woman who's in choreography, right? Probably does well in choreography, probably dressed like a dancer, the way, you know, the trend in fashion. She comes in and she probably make more money than a man, but just the way she's dressed, maybe it's perceived as frivolous, maybe it's perceived as something, you know, not, you know, there's little care or something. She's not gonna get the loan. And two valid professions. One is a choreographer, one is a contractor. And that bias that we have in perceiving each other. And then finally, the point about savings, I think we are bringing up a good point. We should strive to be as best as possible, prudent and safe, so women don't have the opportunity to save. Like you said, right? There are certain requirements that have to be met, again, because of these social pressures placed on women. I don't know if Ms. Irving or anyone else has anything to say.
I just wanted to add one thing, that these social pressures to look a certain way translate to economic viability. So it's not just in our heads. You understand? It's not just, it's also very real, and it translates to it hits you in the pocketbook. And for we know statistically, for example, also that majority of women's income is spent in the household, 70%, while it's not the same for men. Even though we have the notion that men is the breadwinner, and you know, and he is, but he also finds within his breadwinnings to ensure that he get things for him, just like the example you're bringing about your brother. He get things that he wants with his income, and then he still depends on maybe the family for other things that is his needs, so to speak. So yeah, use your shampoo, your grease, your whatever he could find, your deodorant, and you have to watch they can ever take anything from you, anything that they could use, right? And so just so as not to purchase it. So what you describe is statistically what happens. I know people might argue back and forth, but when we say that, you know, somebody take the time, whether at the university or the West Indies, and do a research, and ask men how they spend their money, and ask women how they spend their money, and they come up with the answer. So as soon as you say save, Daddy the save, mommy the save, right? Let's say that is the household. Junie gets sick. Daddy the like, oh, he don't think the first thing will take out the money, because he dey think about, he need for continue save. But mommy will be like, oh, we have to go and buy the Tylenol, we don't have no more money, go to the bank and get whatever it is, I'm just saying. Go and get that, because your urgency is ensuring that it is taken care of. And this is not to say, because I am not generalizing, that men don't take care of the family and they don't also break their savings, but I'm just talking about what some of the gender norms is, as how women and men uses money. So I think just your observation, your anecdotal observation, tend to go along with the trend that we know that women spend most of their income in the family, and men tend to use their income to their whatever they want, to their own discretion. And so women feel that pressure to use it for that, and also the pressure to look a certain way. And I like that you brought up the example that to let us know that it's not all in our heads. It's also, and so when you try to make that transition, so like Mr. Ian said, well, he had bald. At one time too, I bald my head. But no, seriously. Yeah. But you get, why you cut off all your hair? My God, you make such pretty hair. I mean, the amount of comments that you hear about hair, it's probably that's why we cut it all off. But you understand, and so you have to be just this real brave, strong, kind of crazy person to prove to yourself that I will not succumb to these norms. And so you have to sometimes go on a extreme limb so that you can liberate yourself and to free yourself. You will come back to whatever degree you want to come back to that. But the point is that you know that you can do that. And so, but those are some of the pressures that women face. But that's not to say that men don't face some of the pressures as well. We just have a young man that passed here with his hair in a ponytail and all of that. He's being judged for looking like that also. And he would probably be maybe not so much, because maybe, but anymore, especially anymore, but he's also judged. But we find that we're more forgiving to the men than we are to the women to present in a certain way.
Yeah. No, there's a question there.
Just to like cut it off, to kind of age it out, because maybe I'm making it a bit too close to my age. It's like thinking about when you're in your house and you pull a plate and a cup, all the plates match, all the cups match. Have I, like me, I've never bought a plate or a cup or a knife or the dish drainer or make sure all the dish towels that match, and those, my mom buys those things. And so it's like, yeah, for like, men, when have you, where's like, you're saving the money for those things, like where is it coming from? They're just in your house, making sure that you come comfortably in the morning, you have your towel wrap and your toothpaste and all those things. So that's kind of where money is going to and where we're spending it.
And it goes hand in hand with the biases that Ms. Irwin pointed out. And this fundamental misunderstanding of gender. We often think that if anyone's supposed to be able to, if anyone in the household is supposed to look after these kinds of things, it's women. Where there's nothing stopping men from being, for example, attentive about these issues, right? And then sharing some of the load. We have a next question.
Good morning, everyone. I think it's good morning. My name is Kendra Griffith, and I'll give a little standpoint on the entrepreneurial side of it. The panelists spoke about having gender and diversity as a highlight in most organizations. Now, yes, and organizations and entities are now using diversity and gender as like this appealing new thing to move towards still. But it's great and all, but if done properly, it really works. And one of the studies that we've seen with the Sustainable Development Goals number 8 and 10, it can work, especially for women entrepreneurs, because oftentimes women entrepreneurs, when they create their businesses, can they just when they create their okay, I don't know what other word for it. Yes, when they create their businesses and their businesses start growing, they oftentimes lean towards the support of family members and friends. And with that support, then in return, they often go on to hiring their family members and friends. And then that's how the business starts to grow. And statistically, it leads towards the sustainable goals 8 and 10, especially because all of that profit grows, gives back to the economy, gives back to the and when it comes specifically from women entrepreneurs, it's significantly greater than men entrepreneurs. So this is why I completely agree that when we're highlighting gender and diversity in education, in businesses, in NGOs, that it shouldn't only be done as like something to look appealing, to something to look like diversity hires are great and all, but for them to be qualified diversity hires that would make a difference. And then Belize is a minority in a whole. So here we're starting off not really much from the diversity standpoint, but we're standing at the gender inequality, trying to address that. So if we're hiring more females, we need to have that space where there's proper growth. Even with the small example that was given with the new services, these e-commerce, the immigration going online, it's great that it's there, but how user-friendly is it? I have a small business, and with that, we would set up our booths, and we have the e-cash going on. And it just so happened that the e-cash company was directly next to my booth, but how many men stopped by and actually loaded the app? The amount was greater than the women who wanted to go. They were just like, you know what, I'll pay you in cash, that is fine, and move on with their day. Why? Because they have much more things to go and do. They had kids with them. You can't be holding a child and then dealing with like uploading this app and starting off. So it's a user-friendly, having systems that are user-friendly. Even so, the immigration site, it isn't user-friendly. The social security one, it isn't user-friendly. And I have just like been a bit more exposed to these things because I lived away from Belize for a while, and everything is like there's an e-version of everything. But it's super user-friendly, so it's not inconvenient for your day-to-day life. And especially if you're a mom, if you're a busy woman, it's not inconvenient for your day-to-day life. But having all of these platforms now available online, but they're super inconvenient, we're going backwards instead of forwards.
That's such a good point, and before that's a good point. Mr. King, go ahead.
So, I don't want to be accused of walking back my statements, but just let me say something. As I said, from a UNDP point of view, we are working with, particularly with Ministry of E-Governance as a focal point to look at the whole process of e-governance. But I want to be careful to say, and I in a previous space in my professional life, I worked in the area of geographic information systems and so on, and always the issues of data. Digitizing something or moving from paper to electronic form isn't necessarily digitizing a process. So you can have the same process. It's just that, okay, I can go on the computer and say, instead of walking up to Ms. Irving and say, can I get this piece of paper, I can send you. That doesn't digitize the process. So I just want to be careful and say that when we talk about moving to e-governance, it's more than just being able to go on a computer and see X. I think it's much more structurally, it's a much more substantive and structural change than that. I think we all appreciate that. Maybe there are a few people in here who have, but most people in here have bought things online through, I don't know, Amazon or whatever else or so on. I always find it amazing that, as I said, I come from Barbados, I go for a service, and even in the height of COVID, there's an expectation that you can stand up in a line for 5 hours for a service, and you think to yourself, this just doesn't make sense to me. So I want to make the point that when we talk about e-governance, it's not just that I can now make my appointment online instead of standing in a line. I think it's much more substantial than that. So I really want to make that point. The second point comes back to the issue you mentioned of diversity and so on. And as an example of that, so I made mention of the fact about what people were seeing in differential rates of repayments of loans and so on, we see men and women and so on. But, you know, there are two specific examples related to Belize that I really want to also make mention of. I think most people here, not everyone here, are aware of the Mayan female solar engineers that studied at the Barefoot College in India and came back and then did photovoltaic, introducing PV photovoltaics to rural communities in Belize. I'm proud to say that I've been to a couple of villages that I suspect that most people in this room haven't been to, Graham Creek and Machil, just because it's so difficult to get to those. But the point is, the Barefoot College started with male students. And what the intention is, you train them and you go back to your communities and you set up, these services. But what happened was they trained the males, this is Barefoot College in India. They didn't go back to their communities. They went to the cities, you found jobs and so on. And so they turned the script and said, okay, no problem. Our intake now will be only women. And women went back to the communities for the same reason you said, because you have families there, you have commitments and so on. It's a big commitment for those women to leave Belize, but from all over the world, to leave their families, behind, go there for, 9 months? I can't remember how long it was. A language that you don't know, Hindi. I'm not sure how many people in the audience speak Hindi, and study and come back, but they did, and that was substantially different. So that it speaks to that mindset and that the general perspective that you mentioned. The other example I want to mention, this weekend I had the opportunity to go to the community baboon sanctuary in Uruguay, and it's run by women, and in understanding the story, at first, of course, it was run by men, and then it stopped functioning, and the women took over. But interestingly, it is something for the community. So even the money that is generated there helps the kids who need to go to school and the community and so on. So just that mindset comes back to that intersect that you mentioned. You asked me a bit earlier about environmental livelihoods and so on. And so, speaking of that, no, it is not that men are not involved. It's quite interesting because I saw that the tour guides, the ones going into the walking people through, they were still men. And that is not to say, well, men could only do this and women that. It's just interesting how that evolved naturally. So, just understanding how the groups look at that, and the examples you gave about how then women's businesses are and how those expand. Traditionally traditionally, the thought about men having a businessman, you have a business, it means you have a chance to have more women, as opposed to, bringing in family. And so I'm not saying that about men and women who have businesses, and forgive me if you infer, but that also was a little bit, that was a little bit of the mindset. So even if I were to share with you my own personal situation growing up. So my father was into business, architecture, construction, and so on. My parents separated. I lived with my mom and my sisters. And my dad had a great life. He did well with his businesses for a while. His place was the place to go when you had to go to a party. If he had a party, that's where everybody wanted to be. It was a great party. And she struggled along with her couple of kids, working hard, saving, so on. As they get to the end of their life, interestingly, she's the one that has savings, but he doesn't. And so even when you look at this example that you made, even the responsibilities in the household that you mentioned generate lifelong habits that inform how we live our life and enjoy our life. And so even at this point, when you say, well, the guys have it easy and so on, it actually has an impact further on down in life. So I think just those couple of points that we want to share.
No, that's a great point. I'm not doing the question. Sorry, Ote. Let's see if we go fit them both in. Go ahead, you first, and then anyone else?
Greetings, everyone.
You have to talk a little
Hello.
Yeah.
Yes. I want to talk about security. And I want to talk about security because it is affecting me personally. I think about when I used to, well, I still like going to karaoke. I love karaoke. But then, karaoke is at night. So I have to take a cab because I'm driving, right? The taxi drivers increase the price of the fare to go the same distance because it's at night. They claim that they will not be working at night because of security, right? But their concern is about men, because it's not women that threaten their security, it's men. But they aren't doing anything to address the security issue in the community. They just decide they're not going to work at night. And we are the ones that need their service at night because it is no longer safe to walk anywhere at night without being concerned about being harmed. So then the taxi fare went double. So if it was $5 in the day, it was $10 in the night. And I was like, this is so unfair. Then you don't have any female driving taxi either. For the same reason, security, right? It's not even as easy for a female to be able to establish a taxi and all of that and run it at night without having to worry about being robbed by males, right? So then the cost of being secure is on the female. Because I would have to pay double for my entertainment to get to my entertainment because of the males that are running the transportation, and that's what they're charging. In addition to that, right now I'm dealing with, I had to fence the yard because I have 2 mango trees in the yard, and then people walk in the yard and just take the mangoes, right? And because they know that I'm a female and I'm living there by myself, then after fencing the yard, I'm still having men climb the fence to get on the mango tree, which means that they can also get into the yard and then harm me. And why are they doing it? Because they know it's not a man there that's probably going to shut them off the tree, right? So then I would now have to get the license for a firearm and then have the firearm and the ammunition, whatever that process will be for me as a female. Why do I want a firearm? Yada, yada, yada. I want to shoot people down off my tree. Will they give me a gun for that? They won't want to do that, But then when I call the police, when the man was in my tree, up to now the police don't reach my house yet, right? So then I would have to get cameras installed. That's my expense. I have to buy the cameras, get them, pay some man to install it, right? The additional electrical cost of having it, the internet, all of that, to secure me, to take care of me. Why aren't, the gender issue is what I'm getting at, is if we're not socializing, females to be able to protect themselves, one, but also males respecting other human beings, including females, then some of these issues would be minimized significantly. But we have a long way to go, and I am grappling with this whole thing of shooting people down off my tree, but that's where I'm at right now. Because I don't want them to think that just because I'm a female living in a house by myself, that they could come and do what they want there, So that's the reality that many of us face. We're trapped in our spaces because we're not safe and nobody else is doing anything about it. So even when it comes to the gas prices, you don't see men rallying to say these gas prices are wrong, blocking the streets and saying you can't be raising the gas prices. What they do is just raise the price of the taxi fare instead of being advocates to see to it that doesn't continue to be the case. Why aren't they picketing? Because they're so affected. No, they just transfer the cost onto women, and those are the imbalances and unfairness that keep us behind collectively as a society.
I'm so glad to I'm sorry for your troubles, but you speak again, and we're going to get into some slides on this. The disproportionate cost, in much the same way that small countries, such as Belize, bear the disproportionate brunt of climate change, so do women bear the disproportionate cost of actions by men, for example. We know that the majority of violent crime, for example, is committed by men, robberies, etc. And when we talk about Mr. Alegria mentioned his role in the ministry, and because that the Sustainable Development Unit encompasses all these pillars and all these aspects, we have to think about how we design policies, interventions to have lasting impacts and translated actions, like Mr. Alegria said, to take into account these disproportionate costs. So, like you said, that probably starts at home. That probably starts with socializing young men to not be predatory or to not be so, for lack of a better word, brutish sometimes when it comes to dealing with social interactions. But we have some really good slides on that, and I'm glad for your perspective. One last question.
I just one thing. I know we're running quick on time, but I want to pick up on Mr. Alegria's point and to your point that you're building right now. And sometimes it's very difficult, to put back the responsibility on the victim. We also have to keep in mind our protection, our right to live a life free of violence, which is one of our human rights, which also include community violence or not only gender-based violence, right to live a life free of violence. And so we have to have state responsibility. Why did the police not come? When she called the police, Aoife is my sister. So she called me, she's sister, and I knew that she was in dire situation because she lives alone. She went through all of this thing, and to still have this come get up out of bed and find one man pafushi mango tree. I mean, imagine the safety issue that you are facing, all right? And then I said, well, call the police because that would be the response in any civilized state. And why did the police not come? And so when we talk about citizen security, what are the gender dimension to citizen security? Because I know citizen security, there is always these buzzwords. And citizen security will start to talk about gun violence, where are women in there? How are they affected? What are the different gendered positions of what is happening? And sometimes we use these buzzwords because, the money associated with it and we will get something from somewhere or whatever. But we have to take into account the realness of what is happening in our communities. And so if the state has protective agents out there, which we call the police should come. Even if they may run from police station to where she lives, it would have taken them 5 minutes to reach there. So again, and the police, they were male institution. So we really have to, in some ways, turn this thing on the head. I understand that in the long term, some of the socialization pattern will change through family intervention and school intervention, but we have to deal with what we have now. And the state is the duty bearer, is responsible for the protection of its citizens. That's what we know in the Universal Declaration of Human Rights and the subsequent conventions that we happily signed on to.
No, and it's a part of the SDGs, and I'm glad you bring up the point that, we have long-term aspirations that we know we're going to get there eventually, but we also need near-term solutions to some pressing problems. Mr. Alegria, go ahead.
Just very quickly, I wanted to say, and again, you see, this is important, again, of the whole issue of multidisciplinarity and inclusivity. A few years ago, we were actually, the then ministry was developing the citizen security policy. And I recall that as one of the questions, my concern was the people that are in that process. In my opinion, were not representative of the spectrum within society that you need to have in there. It's even at the policy level in many cases that citizen security, national security is all about male. If you don't have a military background, you are not a police, a BDF, or something, you don't know what's national security. Right? And then they're selling this thing of, we deal with the community has a responsibility to come and complain and tell and blah, blah for somebody and whatever. It doesn't work like that. Because when you're developing the policies, the actions, the strategies or actions, that are important, that will guide the process. That is where you want people from an academic background, someone from a women's group, the LGBT people, the ones that are experiencing this, to be able to provide some level of recommendation and suggestions. Can this work? Is that an option? Within the legal frame, of course, right? And ensuring that the basic human rights, as you rightfully mentioned, this is one of the most principles, again, as I said, of sustainable development, that those people have an equal voice. And this is what, for example, our unit, and sadly, when I came to the ministry 6 years ago, we were a little more involved in consultations for these policy development strategies, etc. But for some reason, again, politics is what it is, and we lost some of those opportunities and responsibilities. And now with this new medium-term development strategy, those are some of the things that we're advocating for. We have to be part, either the Ministry of Economic Development or the Sustainable Development Unit, through the different core technical working groups that have that responsibility to coordinate, implement, etc., to be able to be part of all of those things that are happening. Because if SDU, MED, that are mandated to coordinate the national development strategy, we are not part and parcel of all these processes from the planning process down to implementation. We're not cognizant of us, we cannot address those. We don't know where the weaknesses are, where the gaps are, how can we accommodate, how can we strengthen, etc. Then we won't be able to do it. So it has to be that we're open to ensure that every aspect in governance, and this is very good governance, which we have responsibility over. My colleague there, Dennis Molinaro, is part of that committee. And we have that responsibility in terms of good governance for us to be able to address the issue of not only corruption, because that is an important thing, but again, citizen security and safety. That is paramount. You can be a millionaire, but even as a millionaire, if you're not safe every day, then what happens? I can tell you, I was again a target for home invasion. Good thing I have again the very good connection between friends and whatever. By you and somebody else. I spent $15,000. I put camera system. I put electricity in my friends, and trust me, they say it's illegal. I just spend the EY on leave it inside, and I put it inside. They say, come in. Right? I put electricity, the police department came, I spoke to them and tell them, you tell me somebody to come and target me in my own home. I have lone girls in my house, including my wife. And you want to tell me I don't have the right. So he have a right, I don't have a right to secure my girls. You create this, and no. You come into my fence and you're the person to get shot. I put it in there, my fence has electricity in there. Again, at a specific time, and depends where I am. I have a camera system, I have to buy 2 dogs, and I got a license for firearm, which I didn't buy because my wife thought, probably that one of the boats might not be correct, so they say, make it well up. But I understand, I feel your pain, and it's true. It's sad, but it's a reality, and that is why our function within the Ministry of Sustainable Development to be able to guide those processes and be part of that process is very important. Unfortunately, we are not part of the coordinating entity to be able to do that, and we hope that in consultations and so forth, as we move forward, that we can actually tap into, the regular Jandu out there that will be able to be part of that process.
That's important, and that's good to hear. One last question, go ahead.
Thank you. So, my name is Melanie. I'm a student at Galen University. I am currently submitting my thesis proposal, and my research is the socioeconomic challenges that rural communities will face in reforming the informal sector. And you touched on it a little briefly. You spoke about the link with informal sector and financial inclusion. But my question is, we are currently, the government is looking at reforming the Trade License Act, and there is very little discussion on that policy. This is going to be policy. It is actually awaiting legislature, right, Mr. Aladir? So my question is, what is the discussion? Because we see the number of women in the informal sector. We already know who it's going to affect. What we're not discussing is how and what will we do about it. So we can't ignore the fact, that there are a lot of opportunities in the informal sector. And we have seen it particularly through the pandemic, the level of resiliency and flexibility within the informal sector that has carried many people, employment in particular. There's innovative employment in the informal sector. So when we talk about reforming the informal sector, we will be affecting the lives of many entrepreneurs who are women. And I really don't, because you're saying that we cannot create policy without data. We know, statistics tells us there are so many women in the informal sector.
great question, great viewpoint. We work with PPF, work with the UNDP and Beltrade in developing the MSME strategy, and that's certainly something we encountered. The informality was pretty high among women entrepreneurs. I think the objective, and I can't speak precisely to the trade license regime or the change in regime. I would imagine that process would have or is being supported by a robust stakeholder engagement phase. But what I can say is that the goal, and it speaks to what we're talking about, making sure that we look through things through a gender lens. The goal obviously of any reform in trade licensing or kind of improving our systems when it comes to registration of businesses, etc., is to help as much as possible get these informal actors into the formal space, right? And that sometimes is supported by e-governance initiatives, making it easy, making it digitizing not only the process, but structuring everything around digital inclusion for getting a trade license, for example. But you're certainly right that that's where we always have to be careful in implementing, knee-jerk, because obviously a motivating factor is the loss of tax revenue, right? Because these people are operating informally, which is not good for the country, but like you said, such a drastic change can have significant impacts on those who can't afford that loss of income or that sudden shock in terms of their operating environment. But that's a good point. I believe Ovalon can discuss more. You sound like you know about that. Very knowledgeable about trade license regime. I can't say I'm up to stuff on what's going on there, but that's certainly I would hope being supported by robust stakeholder engagement. Okay, I think one last, that's the last one. Go ahead.
Perhaps I may ask during the lunch session, because I know that it's kind of
Okay, yeah, that's great. That's very kind of you. We have refreshments and lunch outside and one. We'll reconvene, I guess, at about 1:30 and start with the session there.
Correct? Yeah, yes.
Okay, ask the question now.
Yeah.
We could go on it.
Okay, good. So you mentioned what about the lack of data? I'm sure that we have several national development plans in the that our country is currently working on, the more recent version, post pandemic. And introduce myself. So my name is Mr. Stacey Tellez. I am part of the Faculty of Business and Entrepreneurship, but I'm also a fellow Pelican and doctoral candidate in instructional technology at the University of West Indies. So it's been really difficult to find information related to Belize. And so in my research, I found that for gender-based plans and initiatives and programs in the Caribbean, despite challenges in educational reform and in economic challenges, they've gained a lot of traction. Right? So I think it was not we mentioned it from the panel that we have the plans, but bringing those plans into fruition is a challenge. So my study is the impact of a female-led STEM mentorship program on self-efficacy, inclusion, and career success expectations for Belizean high school girls. And so I just wanted to know how we can align with the rest of the Caribbean in terms of the gender policy, so that we can gain traction with the rest of the Caribbean.
You saw like a valuable stakeholder to the UNDP and also.
I just have one question for the question. I mean, maybe before we have the discussion, because you said for the rest of the Caribbean.
Yes, because there's
No, I just wanted to know.
And then we're a national policy, right?
What, sorry,
Alignment.
there is what?
The regional policy.
Okay, the alignment, that's
The CARICOM, you're talking about CARICOM, are you? Okay, I was thinking that if you were talking about specific Caribbean countries,
Oh, no,
you're talking about CARICOM as a block.
yes.
Okay, all right, thanks. So that's the question for the question, all right.
Just quickly wanted to share, so we have the Sustainable Development Goals, Targets, and Indicators, right? The global agenda. We have our own national one, but we also have, remember, we're part of CARICOM and part of Central America. SICA has its own sets of regional targets and indicators as much as the CARICOM sets of indicators that we have. So it will be interesting to know, and I think from all in what SDU has done, and my colleague at the back behind you can probably help you in the absence of my other colleague, and together we have done a sort of a mapping exercise between our national indicators, targets and indicators, the Sustainable Development Goals one, the national ones. We have done the CARICOM before it, and there is, I think, CARICOM, we have some of them. And I'm not sure which other frameworks we have, but we have tried to align those to see if they're actually in line with each other or they correspond with each other, to see we're essentially meeting those that we can do. Because we do have an obligation to report not only against the SDGs, but we also have to report, for example, the Samoa pathway with specific indicators of indicators. We do periodically get requests from the CARICOM Secretariat to respond to or assist them in collecting some of the data also. No? So that we can try probably help you with and see if there's any alignment there that might be able to provide that information.
So some of the more recent projects in Belize, we have been undergoing a cross collaboration with other countries in the Caribbean, such as Barbados. And
Okay.
so it would be interesting to see more of that collaboration, but first the alignment has to take place.
And to quickly just address it, well, not address this, right, but kind of answer one, there's a statistic that I wanted to share with Galen. So there's a little statistic that we wanted, and this is a study that was done in investing in women working with entrepreneurship in Belize in 2015. And it says that add to this disparity the fact that in a country where English is the first language, referring to Belize, 38% of the Belizean population does not speak English well enough to be considered proficient. 54.6% live rurally, and only 28.2% have access to the internet. Of course, these numbers are actually changing as we go along. But these are things that we have, again, when we look at women issues and women inclusion in the whole economic development and everything, we have to understand the whole context, and it's complicated, it's a lot, but it's important to realize, because when we have technologies that we want to develop, we have to realize who are the micro, small, and medium enterprise risk takers that are there, what level of education they have, what is the language barrier that they have. And the problem is that, for example, when the financial institutions do not provide them, right, loans or whatever, you have these, what they call it, the loan sharks or whatever, that for you to get a $500 to $1,000 loan, you pay $250, $300 at least. And so you have to take all of these factors into consideration, right? Because the technology might be good for a certain population, but you also have to understand that there's a population that will fall within the gap that we have to try to address. Yes, absolutely, absolutely, yeah. And that's the importance of knowing what we have the role not to be able to track these, and this is what we're hoping to be able to improve with the Statistical Institute of Belize, MED, and other partners. No? So hopefully, let's look positively and hope that we can be able to improve on the data collection part and reporting. But once you report, remember, as a country, one of the important things, and I always tell people, if you have to report against the SDGs, right, you're forced to be able to track. You have to collect the data, and you have to identify where the data is at there. Because some of us, just like at school, you prefer not know where it is, so make at the end of the day you're not penalized, and I always think that when we have a report card, it's about negative impact on the world, but oh, you do bad. But no, sometimes knowing where you are, having that statistical data as disaggregated as possible, aids us in to be able to identify more clearly where the gaps are and where we can have more brothers from the UN system to have more effective and efficient interventions, to be able to be more targeted. Because remember, globally the funds are not as good as it was 20 years ago. That people, everybody they try. You don't have to be as effective and efficient in what you do. You have to, the cross-cutting issues have to be addressed in that same manner, right? So just wanted to share with you guys those aspects, and whatever we can do from the ministry standpoint, the Sustainable Development Unit and the ministry of whole, I'm sure they have from ICU, who was the one that would have been here today. I can assure that we'll be willing to provide any support, any help, any information we can. Yeah, whatever we have available, or guide you to where we can, or help you get, we could definitely get.
And is there a national gender policy update available to the public yet? Because
one I found was
2013. Yes, thank you. So I agree on what I have him.
Yes.
Policy one, that is being updated as we speak. So the target is 2021, 2030. And there's also a gender-based violence plan of action and another strategic intervention that is at the stage of being updated. So I am not sure, but if you contact us, we could see to what level we could share the draft. How could we share the draft or for what purpose, And that's what I was going to say. You could also contact the National Women's Commission to address some of those issues that you may be having. And of course, I think if you're talking about the CARICOM gender policy, we also have a colleague at CARICOM, Anne-Marie Williams, who was former ED of the National Women's Commission in Belize. So there is that level of connection that you could then to support your thesis work, just to say.
Yes. Thank you for indulging me in more than 10 questions.
Thank you all for your questions.
My thoughts are correct, we're hungry. My thoughts are correct because we're hungry.
Sounds like we'll have a good discussion out there amongst ourselves. So thank you so much to the panelists. A round of applause, please. Thank you so much for being here. Great questions and do out there.
Thanks, you guys. for everyone. Everything was good out there. So now, so some people have been asking. Let's do some housekeeping first. Will the slides be available? Yes, all the slides will be available the end of business day after after today, tomorrow, and Friday on the website. So you could download them, PDF them. They'll be available as a PDF. So you can share with colleagues. We know they may even be used for educational purposes, so we really encourage that, and they'll be available. So now we really start to get into now women's financial inclusion as a concept in this segment of the presentation, and afterwards we'll have the panelists, two female entrepreneurs, to hear their perspectives on what it takes to be a female entrepreneur, what are some of the obstacles that they faced, how they address those obstacles, right? And what are some of their ideas on what can be done better, right? Both in the near term, but also the long term. Let me just mute this. Great. So one of the starting points is that there simply isn't a one-size-fits-all path to achieve greater gender equity, right? Even when we talk about inclusive financial products and services and inclusivity in general, there isn't a silver bullet here, right? I think Mr. King did really well in elaborating the point that when we talk about digitization, it's intuitive to think, all right, well, the form is digitized, but it's much more than just digitizing a form. We essentially have to restructure the way the government thinks about administering services to the population, right? Because you could digitize every form. Let's say you need to fill out 10 forms to get a passport. I haven't gotten one in a while, so I don't know. But let's say it takes 10 forms. All right, we have 400,000 people. We're going to keep 4 million forms. Whereas, we need servers, we need cloud storage. Who's going to manage that data? That's confidential data, right? So it's not only about digitizing the form so that you could avoid being in line, it's a whole slew of processes that have to be addressed at the same time, right? Data governance, data management, who gets to see what, who gets to share what with others. So can the police, for example, pull up your immigration records? Can the immigration department pull up your police records? So I take it that the government is embarking on this massive undertaking, and I as a taxpayer, along with all of you, we get frustrated when things don't run smoothly, but that's essentially what we're doing, right? And effectively, governance will be that. It won't just be, I could fill out a PDF online, right? It'll be one click, one-stop shop, is what you like to call it, where I could just click, I send, the people who need to see my files, I get my desired outcome, right? So there isn't a one-size-fits-all path to achieve gender equity, but when societies become more equal, economies become more resilient. And this is a key point. This is the driving force behind financial inclusion and why it's important. The World Bank estimates that globally, differences between men's and women's total expected lifetime earnings is 172.3 trillion, equivalent to twice the world GDP, right? This is a massive gulf in earnings, right, globally. Right? And a part of that gap could be addressed by greater financial inclusion. Sure, there are other things that have to be done. Greater access to fair and equal employment opportunities, fair and equal access to education, fair and equal access to healthcare services. But we argue in our presentation today and in the coming days that financial inclusion plays a very vital role in kind of narrowing this gap. So I mentioned earlier about financial inclusion. We have one of the three pillars is access, right? And it's important to think about, how we measure access and how we can use data to inform our decisions on broadening access. So access to financial services and products can be measured by, for example, the number of physical access points and delivery channels, right? So you have access points being ATMs, banks, branches. In some countries, you have little kiosks where you could just go to a kiosk and withdraw money, etc. In the States, I lived in the States for a few years, you have cashback. So essentially, any supermarket is an ATM. I know we're in Belize, some products have been launched to kind of mimic that cashback regime. And delivery channels include, brick and mortar branches, mobile apps, etc. So what does it look like in Belize, So a typical indicator of access is branches per 100,000 people. And we see here Belize at about 18.1. So we're doing better than some of our partners, some of our regional neighbors, Honduras, Mexico. We're doing better than some of our CARICOM partners, Jamaica, TNT, right? We're just above the regional average, but we're still below, for example, Guatemala, that has, it's a massive economy, right? It's the largest Central American economy. And of course, behind USA, advanced countries like the USA. Another typical indicator is branch hours per day, right? So if we had to add up, kind of aggregate, how much hours per day people have access to a branch. This is what it looked like in this image, and we're below the regional average. When you average out all the days, all the hours across days, right? We're just about 6.9 hours on average per day, right? And that means that window is essentially the window that women and men have to access bank, right? So if you have a commitment, you can't go to the bank. Or you have to call in and say, I need to go to the bank, or the customer service line is long, I can't access, I can't finish everything yet, right? How about quality? Another one of the pillars, right? Being able to access something is fine, but what am I getting in return? Yeah. So what is the quality like, right? Quality can be assessed according to the usage cost of financial services and products, barriers to accessing credit, and the extent of financial literacy in the population, right? When we talk about financial literacy, we really talk about what is the basic understanding among the population of key financial concepts. So and like I mentioned earlier, our firm worked on the MSME strategy with Beltrade, and in that project, we actually administered a survey called a socioeconomic impact assessment. We found that it was an alarming figure. Something about 60% of the respondents who were entrepreneurs, MSME owners, didn't know what a bank overdraft was, right? And bank overdraft is probably the most straightforward concept. Certainly one of the most common concepts you get introduced to when you start banking, right? It's the fact that if you have a checking account, the bank will give you might have up to $100 overdraft, right? You have to pay back that overdraft within a certain time, within a certain window, or you get charged interest on that overdraft. But people didn't know that. They didn't know what it was, right? Of course, if they didn't know that, we also found that people did not know what venture capital meant, angel investment, trade financing. You have factor purchasing. You have trade financing where if I'm a firm, let's say I'm a huge hardware firm, I need working capital quickly, immediately. What I'll do is I'll go to the bank, in other countries this works, and say, hey man, I have $1 million in accounts receivables due in the next 60 days. I'll sell them to you 80 cents on the dollar in return for an injection of capital that I need right now to keep things going. And that happens in other parts of the world. That's short-term financing that businesses have to take advantage of, right? People didn't know about that, and those kind of financing lines are pretty uncommon in Belize, right? So proportion of loans requiring collateral in Belize, for example, 97.5%, the highest across these selected countries, right? Almost every loan in Belize needs collateral. Now, this is not a slight against banks. I was mentioning to one of the attendees outside, and we've had this discussion in the previous workshop. Banks have very good reasons for not lending money, right? As the suppliers of finance, they have particular procedures and protocols that have to be met to be able to lend money. So you can't just waltz into a bank and ask for $1 million without any kind of security. The bank says, well, all right, but what if you don't pay? I'm not saying you won't, but what if you don't? Things happen. How will I recoup my money? Well, that's where you have to pledge a piece of land, preferably a building, some fixed asset, or a business. Maybe in the States, you could pledge even equity. You could say, I have 10,000 shares of Amazon. I'll pledge those, right? And the bank will take it because they know that if you default, they could sell those shares and get back your money, get back their money, right? So we'll hear from the perspectives of financial service providers tomorrow, but there is still, these are things that have to be addressed not only on the supply side, finding ways where maybe financial service providers can work closely with policymakers to kind of address the root cause of lack of collateral amongst women. One of the typical ones is that most collateral in the household is simply put in the name of the man, right? So the land is in the name of the man, the car is in the name of the man. There is some talk about maybe developing a collateral registry in Belize, and what a collateral registry would do is allow women to pledge assets that aren't fixed. So you typically banks only want to really take fixed assets such as houses, etc. But collateral registries allow women to pledge things like intellectual property. If you developed a product, right? If you developed a product that sells in Belize and it's successful, you can pledge that intellectual property. You could essentially say that the bank says, if you don't pay me back, I own your brand. And I, of course, own the revenues that come with owning that brand, right? These things have been implemented elsewhere to varying degrees of success, but that's where we want to be as a country as well, right? How about when we talk about value of collateral needed for a loan as a percentage of the loan amount? And we got these figures from the Global Findex database, right? Which is an initiative done by the World Bank. So about 182% of the loan amount is needed, which is we're below the average of these selected countries, right? In countries such as Honduras, you need as much as 223%, right? You need like a 2.23 coverage ratio, right? So we're doing okay in that regard, but it's still, for the purposes of our workshop and our discussion, the fact is that most of the women don't own the collateral, right? So even 100% is too much for them. Even 50% might be too much for them if they don't own the collateral. How about usage, right? How can we assess usage, right? Well, what's the proportion of banked and unbanked, right? The number of cashless transactions, for example, per adult, and the number of borrowers. Well, depositors per 1,000 adults, we're below the average here that you see of 1,107, right? Depositors per 1,000 adults. Per 100,000 adults, that should be, 100,000 adults. And in terms of borrowers, we're also we're below the average of 297.5, right? So again, for some reason we have, and these were from the last financial inclusion survey and supplemental data sources. For some reason we have a lot of people in Belize not opening, simple savings accounts. And why is that? If we think we have a fairly straightforward banking system, why is it that people aren't opening savings accounts, right? Why is it that people aren't borrowing, right? And again, we're going to hear about from the financial service providers tomorrow about what their reasons are for not being able to lend as much as they'd like. Because to be quite frank, banks would like to lend as much as they can. That's how they generate revenue, right, of the interest income. But there are specific barriers and obstacles in place that prevent them from doing so. So what is women's financial inclusion in particular? So that's financial inclusion. That applies to men and women, right? There may be cases where, for whatever reason, men don't have bank accounts. This happens in developing countries where men are primarily workers in the field, for example, Asia in particular. They're working all day in the field. In Belize, as a matter of fact, working in the construction industry, I've been able to work in that industry, and I could tell you that a lot of men in the construction industry don't even know what a debit card is. Everything is cash. Everything is, I'm going to get the cash, I'm going to pay the workers, and everything I keep in my pocket is mine, and I go home and stuff it wherever I can stuff it, and everything is cash, right? It's hard to manage your finances that way, right? You don't have a ledger saying, hey, I know that I use my debit card at so-and-so for X amount of money. It makes it hard to plan, right? So these things apply to men and women, but in particular, what is women's financial inclusion? It's simply financial inclusion from the eyes of women. Looking at the particular issues, right, that affect women, the things that women have to bear in accessing financial products and services, right? So some global context on women's financial inclusion in general. Fewer women have an account relative to men, right? 67% of men, but only 59% of women have an account. And these 2017 data, this may have changed, but it's the latest data from the Global Findex data set, right? The gender gap in account ownership varies from 30 percentage points in some countries like Bangladesh, Pakistan, to none. So we have cases where we have countries where this gap has been eliminated, right? Women and men are on par. And like I mentioned in this morning's discussion, one of the capacities we need to achieve sustainable development is to learn, right? To link knowledge with action. So what's going on in Cambodia and Myanmar that they have equal rates, right? As opposed to Bangladesh and Pakistan. In Belize, we have a gap, right? In the Philippines, for example, more women than men own an account. So there's a reverse gender gap, right? And this is where what the comments by Ms. Irving are particularly useful, because sometimes we just hear gender and we think it applies to only those genders that are traditionally vulnerable or marginalized. But there are also cases like in the Philippines, for example, where something is happening. Why don't men have an account, right? Those who own one use it less. So female account owners are on average 5 percentage points more likely than male account owners to not use their accounts actively, right? And we'll go over some case studies tomorrow, really interesting case studies on what some countries have done, in particular South Africa, to kind of address this issue. Why aren't women using the financial products and services, right, at the same rate as men? When it's especially in their best interest to do so. In some countries like India, the difference amounts up to 10 percentage points, with more than half of account owning women not using it. Again, we have anecdotal evidence as to why this is. Women are burdened with responsibilities around the household, right? So they can't just nip into the bank and say, oh, I need this, I need a credit card, let me use it, right? A lot of the finance or the financial planning is still carried out by men, right? Fewer women use digital financial services. Women are 5 percentage points less likely than men to make or receive digital payments. And this is actually a very important point. Ms. Irving touched on it, trust. So in the case study that we'll go over I think tomorrow, a bank in South Africa actually noticed that just placing an ambassador at a kiosk, a person, increased their uptake by women by something like 25 to 30%, because women have these trust issues, and these trust issues are a result of long-standing biases in society. Not to say flippantly, be flippant, but if from a young girl you're taught to not deal with finances, let daddy deal with that, right? Or let the men of the household deal with that, and they often might tell you, no worry about it, because I don't want to take advantage of you. This happens. This is something that you might hear in a household in Belize today. They grow up with this lack of trust. Say, well, I was told all my life to not really place trust in these financial service providers, and that's an issue. And this company found in South Africa that just placing a person there to talk to them and say, hey, this is what we're going to do, this is how you do the process, increased uptake, right? In some countries, the gap is twice as large, while in others, there is hardly any in terms of using financial services. Again, how do we learn from these cases that have addressed these things, right? Why in some countries is there hardly any gap in terms of the use of digital financial services, and in some countries it's massive, right? In developing economies, of which Belize is one, right? Is it because women own less phones, right? Have less access to mobile phones and mobile technology, right? Because that's the first thing you could say. Well, women on average have less ownership, right? 74% of women compared to 84% of men own a mobile phone. So a gender gap of 10 percentage points. So on average, globally, that is an issue. Why don't women own mobile phones, right? Smartphones in particular is what you need to be able to access a lot of these digital tools, right? Bless you. In some countries, men are more than twice as likely to own a mobile phone than women, while in others there is no significant gender gap. Again, what are some of these countries doing right? I'll tell you right off the bat that data, for example, on this point in Belize is hard to come by. I couldn't tell you right now how many women relative to men own a smart mobile phone, right? It'd be interesting to see. It'd be interesting to see if that rate is the same in urban areas as opposed to rural areas, right? And fewer women save formally. Similar to account ownership, women are 6 percentage points less likely than men to save with formal financial service providers. Again, these issues with accessing products and services because of these latent biases that prevent women from trusting financial service providers, right? So why does it matter? Why are we here for the next 3 days? Well, it's because providing women worldwide with effective and affordable financial tools to save and borrow money, make and receive payments, manage risk is critical to both women's economic empowerment and poverty reduction. if you think about the fact that in Belize, most of our single parent households are actually led by women, then obviously increasing women's economic empowerment makes it better for all the kids in that household, right? So that's a specific way where we can address poverty, which is SDG 1, simply by boosting, strengthening financial inclusion for women, right? Closing this gender gap in financial inclusion is likely to create multiple positive effects on, among other things, agricultural productivity and education. Again, we heard from Ms. Irving, a lot of fisherfolk are women. We have a lot of farmers that are women, right? In the north, especially in sugarcane, right? These are contributing members to society and to our GDP. Strengthening their financial inclusion and their position in the economy helps the economy as a whole, right? So everything that feeds into the discussion about women's financial inclusion, we have saving and investment rates, management of financial risks, agricultural productivity, growth of women-led businesses, the agency of women to be able to carry out their own affairs, education, health, nutrition of women and children, right? And lastly, right, well, before we go to the next slide, it obviously plays an important role in achieving our SDGs, right? If we address issues like poverty, access to food, access to healthcare, education, access to energy, access to sanitation and clean water, we reduce inequalities, right? If we address these things across the board, we reduce inequalities, because the way what's currently happening is that only those with the means can save themselves from, you know, the lack of services or lack of provision of these services. So what's the enabling environment look like in terms of the financial inclusion landscape? So we have individuals, of course, we start there. We have households, we have communities, providers of financial service providers, and we have the system as a whole, right? Policy, you can think about this system dimension as policy and government, right? Social norms, it's important to note, impact all levels of the enabling environment, right? At the individual and household levels, for example, they can exclude women from financial decision making, like we heard earlier with the panel. At the financial service provider level, they can lead to inappropriate product design, products and services that are not designed with women in mind, right? And at the legal system level, they can lead to discriminatory laws and regulations. So interesting fact, and I think we'll go over a slide with this, under our labor law, I believe is the Factories Act, women by law are still not supposed to work in an industrial setting at night. Right? This is true, this is in law, this hasn't been changed yet. There is a law that says that women shall not be employed in factories or industrial settings past 7 p.m. And it's real, it's on the books. It's a a legacy effect. This was written way back in the day, but we still haven't done anything to address it, right? And these are little things where at the legal level we're discriminating, right? So at the individual level, you have limited access to mobile phones, limited access to identity documents. For example, if it takes you 3 weeks to get a birth paper, birth certificate, and you need that birth certificate to get everything else, well, that means you really have a tough time, right? In terms of the household, our gendered roles in the economy, that men work particular jobs and women don't, and that men manage particular affairs of the household and women don't, right? Network constraints are another issue, right? At the community and the provider level, inappropriate product design, gender-blind marketing, right? Inappropriate distribution channels. Something as simple as when we think about distribution channels, right? If you have a marketing campaign and you want to reach out to working class women, when are you most likely to be able to access or to get their full attention? Well, obviously when they're not at work. Yes, we might still have blasts and messages going out big middle of the day, right? You don't have the time. This goes to men and women, right? This goes to men and women. When is a working adult more able to provide time to filling out a form, for example, on the design of a particular product? Well, either very early in the morning, which is tough, or in the evening, right? And lastly, at the system level, policies on asset ownership. Again, this societal inclination to have all the assets in the name of the man or the husband in the household. Know your customer requirements. So again, this goes in line with what we'll talk about tomorrow with the financial service providers. banks have to know their customers. There are a set of protocols that they have to have in place to get to know who they're lending to, who they're transacting with, to avoid issues with money laundering and financing of terrorism, right? But again, it's very easy for a man to provide the documentation needed to, for the bank to ascertain who they're dealing with, as opposed to a woman, right? You even have biased algorithms. I read something interesting the other day that automakers, of course, they hire, these massive data companies to design algorithms so that for men, the big Ford F-150 will pop out. You know how things pop out all the time? You're searching and you see, and like you say, how do I know I want this or I would like this? Well, bias algorithms that make the F-150 truck pop out for men, they know that you're a man just by your usage history, and then, well, a small car for the woman. Or maybe not even a car, maybe something totally else, cosmetic products, right? And these are baked into these massive e-commerce platforms. Amazon is one, eBay is one, right? So right off the bat, without even knowing, right? And without even having any say in what I'm exposed to as a woman, let's say if I was a woman, I'm already being excluded from a lot of things I would probably like to own, but I'm not being shown because they think that it's of no interest to me, right? So all of these things affect, right? Looking more at the enabling environment, so something as simple as the lack of inclusive infrastructure can inhibit financial inclusion. So actually, women make up as many as 3/4 of disabled persons in low and middle income countries. So if 3/4 of women in low and middle income countries have some kind of physical handicap, and you do not have infrastructure in place to accommodate those persons, then obviously they're at a disadvantage. And that's something that we lose sight of, that there are these things that exist, right? I didn't know this when I first read this data point, right? Gender disparities in the access to education can inhibit financial literacy among girls and women, preventing financial inclusion. Again, when you have these women in rural beliefs, for example, having to devote their entire lives to tending to the family and the household, that means no education. That means they're already at a disadvantage moving forward. So social norms, right? This is a very important topic, and this is something that it's so easy to lose sight of, right? So social norms influence women's uptake and use of financial services and are thus one of the drivers of women's financial inclusion, right? And norms here are just collective rules that shape how people behave and how people expect others to behave. So the example I gave earlier about the choreographer and the contractor. If contractors had a universal uniform, it probably would be cement on their boots, a tape measure here, jeans, t-shirt. If that, there was some, universal uniform of contractors. And there was some universal uniform for choreographers or women in the arts, for example. It'd be probably maybe, because they're doing dancing, leggings, maybe a kind of athletic t-shirt, sneakers. But then you walk into the bank, and the bank has no problem saying, this dude look like a good contractor just because it look like a contractor. And the woman that comes in with sneakers, leggings. There's this bias, and there's this social pressure to look a certain way, right? Not only as a woman, but a woman in business or in finance, right? Seeking certain products and services, right? Social norms are kept in place by positive and negative sanctions. So positive sanctions are popularity, approval, right? If you dress a certain way as a woman, you find that you're treated differently, for example. It happens to men as well, right? If you dress a certain way as a man, if you dress sharply in a suit every day, I'm pretty sure you would probably elicit a different response from people you interact with, right? And they're also upheld by negative sanctions, right? So gossip, exclusion, violence. If you don't follow the norm, if you don't fall neatly into the norm, there might be, people talking about you behind your back. You're excluded because you don't fit in with the group, etc. Right? And the sad thing is, or not sad thing, the thing that we have to recognize is that people follow norms even if their personal preferences differ because they believe others comply with them as well. Right? So this is where 5 bank tellers or 5 customer service agents or loan officers, for example, when they encounter that contractor and that choreographer, they follow the norm of this dude probably they make money and he's serious about the loan. He look like he fits the archetype of contractor, and this other person And I'm pretty sure that my loan officer colleague over here is going to think the same thing, right? So these are kind of implicit biases that we all share to some extent or other. So what are some of the four social norms we have to take into account? So we have folkway norms, right? That's a norm that stems from and organizes casual interactions. We have mores, or norms that structure the difference between right and wrong. So we all have some experience with what a more is, like, reach home before a certain time or else people will think whatever, right? Taboo, strong negative norms, violating it results in extreme disgust. So for many years, obviously being part of the LGBT community was a massive taboo. You were excluded right away just by simply identifying with that group of people. And then finally, we have laws. And laws are really just norms that are formally inscribed at the state or federal level. Think about countries in the Middle East that have specific laws excluding women from driving. Right? That would never fly in Belize or much of the Western world, but that's a norm, a social norm that in these countries, there's so much adhesion to these norms that it becomes inscribed, it becomes a law. Right? But the good thing is that social norms can change over time, and this is where sustainable development practitioners, finance service providers can really kind of tweak and help us transform development pathways to change some of these norms, right? Mr. King brought up a great point, and this has been proven in many different contexts. Women are actually better repayers of debt than men. I think in Belize it's the case. When we spoke to stakeholders in the finance industry when we were doing the MSME strategy, they said women on average are less delinquent than men, right? But how many people here knew that, apart from obviously the people that work in finance, knew that beforehand, right? So those kind of data points are what we need to kind of change the dialogue, right? Right? It's important, and this is especially from those persons working in finance and working with women and designing interventions that could boost financial inclusivity, is that we understand the state of social norms within a society, because those are social norms that we're planning to tackle head on, right? Right? Sometimes we have norms that can be relaxing. A norm that is relaxing across society, and key influencers show that they are increasingly comfortable with the norm break. So one of the perfect examples is women in STEM fields. That has, as opposed to 20 years ago, has been consistently eroded and battered, and now it's almost, if you think otherwise, you're a bigot, right? Women in combat sports, now you could turn on the UFC any given night and see women in combat sports. That was a massive taboo 20, 30 years ago, right? These are norms that are relaxing. Hello. Yeah. Unwanted norms, right? Openness and desire to break a norm exists, but there is limited confidence in doing so, right? So a great example of this is the fight that women have in other parts of the world. It's not so visible and prominent in Belize, but the right to autonomy over reproductive decisions, right? There's open desire from both sides, from women and men, to break this norm, but it's hard, and there's limited confidence that we can get to a point where, for example, like the States or even Belize, where we have laws that fully protect the rights of any woman over their reproductive autonomy, right? Misperceived norms. A norm's strength is overestimated, understated by a target group and or influences. So when we misperceptions of peer food and beverage consumption norms, right? Misperceived norms are especially important in this day and age with social media, right? When you see the social influencers, pass through your TikTok feed. I don't have TikTok, so you guys that do probably know better than me, or Instagram or Twitter. Young girls and women start to internalize these influencers as paradigms of beauty standards, right? And we think that, well, that's how I have to look, when that's not necessarily the case. And finally, we have sticky norms, right? A norm that is too complex or impossible to target, as no one is willing to break it. And our sanctions could be particularly severe. So, for example, in Middle Eastern countries, women not wearing a hair covering, right? We see the massive riots in Iran recently. Several protesters died because women decided, a particular woman was attacked and I think ultimately killed because she decided against wearing her hijab, and the resulting backlash that followed, right? These are sticky norms. These are things that are going to take a lot of work to reverse, right? In Belize, we may have sticky norms as well. And it's on the onus is on public and private sector to identify, okay, what are the ones that are relaxing? What are the ones that are sticky? What are the ones that are misperceived? How can we change these things with communication, right? So what does the data say about women? So according to the World Bank's 2020 Women, Business and the Law Index, Belize ranks 8th among selected Latin American countries that you see here, right? So this index assesses the rights of women or their freedom along several dimensions, including pensions, assets, asset ownership, entrepreneurship, parenthood, marriage, pay, workplace, mobility. And we're right between Barbados and Honduras, right? We're not doing poorly, surely we're not way on the end like Dominica, right? But even countries like El Salvador, Mexico, Guyana, St. Lucia, Bahamas do better on several dimensions relative to Belize, right? In Belize in particular, we do well in terms of discrimination, right? Relatively equal access to pension benefits, marriage rights, and property rights, which is a positive sign for financial inclusion. But we still face, women in Belize still face challenges in terms of entrepreneurship, parenthood. Here, the indicator measures, how disproportionate the burden is in terms of rearing children and raising a household. And we find that in Belize, it's still skewed toward the woman. They have to assume a lot of these household responsibilities relative to men, right? Labor rights, mobility is still an issue, right? Mobility, just being able to get up and secure a job, maybe if you're from San Ignacio in Belize City and move tomorrow, right? You might see that a lot of women might have difficulties in being able to move like that. Why? Responsibilities of taking care of an elder back home, in their town or the village, young kids, etc. So what about women and entrepreneurship? So this is actually data from the SCIA, the Socioeconomic Impact Assessment I told you guys about earlier when we did the MSME strategy. So more women were found to be MSME owners than men, but they were less likely to be small or medium-sized enterprise owners, with a majority of women being micro. So there's something going on. We have entrepreneurship, we have significant female entrepreneurship, but there's something stopping women from transitioning from a micro, which is considered a firm that has anything less than 5 employees, to being a small or medium or large firm. There are roadblocks in the way, right? So, and just anecdotally think about the lay of the land. Just look at Belize. I'm from Belize City, so I speak from the perspective of Belize City. Every single taco stand is a micro business, a micro enterprise. And they're predominantly staffed and run by who? Women, right? Something is stopping these women from becoming Taco Bell, for just argument's sake, right? From becoming a restaurant, from becoming something else, right? So for the 52% of women respondents in the study were actually entrepreneurs and business owners, but the majority of them were all micro, very little small and very little medium compared to men. 70% of men own small businesses, almost 70%, 2/3 own medium businesses. Medium businesses have anywhere between 19 and 50 employees, right? So for some reason, men are managing these massive operations, right? Well, not massive, medium, still large would be 50 or more employees, and for some reason, women aren't. Even though we have a lot of women entrepreneurs, more women entrepreneurs, according to this particular assessment, right? And then finally, one of the students here brought up the issue with informality. Lack of financial inclusion can also drive informality and vice versa, right? Especially where it's not easy to do business. So female-owned MSMEs, all the female-owned MSMEs, 32% were unbanked, right, and not registered. They're informal, right? As opposed to only 24.7% banked and registered, right? That number falls, of course, even though when we talk about unbanked. So what are the barriers stopping women from getting a trade license, being registered with the Business Affairs Registry, and doing all the things they need to be able to do to work on on the formal side? And we'll hear from the perspectives of female entrepreneurs in a bit, And we'd like to hear their stories on what some of these things are. When you compare that to the graph on the right, male-owned MSMEs, look at the percentage of men, male-owned MSMEs that are banked and registered, 46.6%. Only about 25% are unbanked. 75%, close to 70% are banked. And most of them are actually registered. Right? So all this to say, women, social norms influence attitudes toward financial products and services, literacy and financial independence, and attitudes can drive the willingness to seek financial services and the relative risk when serving men to women. And there are pros and cons when we talk about the gender issue and women and financial inclusion. Like I said earlier, women, for some reason or other, across various studies, have lower confidence than men in their financial knowledge and skills, especially with complex issues. And we've given some reasons as to why this might be, right? These biases at the household level, right? Women and girls appear to be less interested in financial issues than men, boys. Again, it's easy to look at take a snapshot now and say that women are less interested, but were they even exposed to these things at an early age, right? So when we take a snapshot today, we're really seeing the lasting impacts of exclusion from a very early age. But what are the pluses? And these are the things that we have to identify to capitalize on. Women seem to be aware of their lack of financial knowledge. In our survey, we also found that women are very self-aware. They know, hey, I'm not sure about this, but they're willing to say they're not sure about it, as opposed to, I know you guys have heard the term mansplain. You might find a guy, doesn't know anything about the subject, but he'll give it away. No man, this is like this. A man when he do construction before said, no, you build this like this, right? We see across several studies that we don't have that problem with women. Women are self-aware. Women know, hey, I don't know this, but I recognize that I don't know it, and I want to know it. I want to learn more. Men are more likely to be overconfident in their financial skills. Here we go. A lot of delinquency is men. Because a man comes in and says, I need $1 million to buy 2 tractors and sell construction, and I paid back 2 projects. What happened? Projects not coming. It sounds like something a man would say, to be honest, right? The projects don't come true. They don't manage their finances appropriately. They're not paying more for the tractor. They didn't take into account customs and duties and other things, right? They think, the tractor costs $50,000 US. I just need $50,000. And when customs hit you with duties, GST, everything, right? So there's this overconfidence. This overconfidence that somehow kind of incentivizes financial service providers to cater to men when they would be better served catering to women, for example. And another good point is that women are more risk-averse than men. So women, on average, across many studies, make more prudent financial decisions than men. They won't go and get $1 million loan, right? They'll say, I probably could get by with half, and I'll properly manage that $500,000 loan, right? So there are pluses and there are minuses. On the minuses, we have to find out why women have lower confidence and find interventions that boost that confidence. And on the plus side, we have to tailor products that allow us to exploit the good qualities of women borrowers, for example, or clients, all right? So even though there are specific attributes that may make women more attractive for financial service providers, the SEIA found that almost 33% were more likely to be, women were almost 33% more likely to be rejected for a loan. So here we have loan approvals and rejections for men and women. And we see that among male respondents, 60% of them were approved, 11 partially approved, so we're talking somewhere around 70%, and 30% rejected. And we see that 40% of women were rejected, with 8% partially approved, right? Almost 50% weren't fully approved, right? So again, why do we have these pluses? I just shown on the previous slide. Yet we don't see it materialize, right? In terms of actions, right? Confidence in approaching banks. 64% of men in the SEIA survey done in Belize were confident in approaching banks as opposed to only 55% of women. So almost a 10 percentage point gap, right? Willingness to take large risks. So these global things that that I've just spoken about, we see this here in Belize with actual data, right? This is an actual survey done in 2021. 40.5% of men strongly agree that they're willing to take large risks to be entrepreneurs and to generate revenue. Only 31% of women were likely to do so, right? Most of them were, 25, about 32% said, you know, I'm not willing to take massive risks, willing to do a much more phased approach to my business. Right? Again, this is where I talk about financial awareness. Only 37% of women knew what an overdraft was. 16% of women knew what venture capital was. And venture capital and angel investing and crowdfunding and microcredit are especially or specifically those types of products that we may need in Belize to kind of spur entrepreneurship, right? We need women with good ideas and good products to be supported financially, right? Which is better overall for the economy in the long term. But if women themselves don't have awareness of these facilities, awareness of, you know, the channel through which you can get venture capital, for example, then it makes it really difficult for them to grow and expand, right? I believe with that, I'll conclude today's PowerPoint presentation. And now we have two panelists, Ms. Griffith and Ms. Pelayo. They're women entrepreneurs, and they're going to speak to us about their challenges, their journeys as women entrepreneurs, to hear their perspectives. And I hope the people, you know, financial service providers and other providers in the audience could kind of take mental stock of what they're saying, and for our discussion tomorrow, which will be really interesting, right? Because tomorrow we'll hear not only from financial service providers about what they're doing to address some of these issues, we'll also hear from the policy side, for example, from Beltrade, because they have a mandate to help the financial service providers address these issues, right? It can't just be the financial service providers, right? Which is something that some people may often think that, well, if it's not there, it's because the banks don't do it. Well, the banks also need help, right? Because if they were, you know, they're banks, they're not NGOs, right? And we have to be cognizant of that fact. So, okay, so.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Amira Correa Pelayo, and I am the owner and founder of Sangria Mia. At Sangria Mia, what we do is we basically take premium wine and we infuse it with 100% natural fruit and fruit juice to create a beverage that we call an astounding sip of Belize. However, we believe that our business is more than sangria, because we want to be a model for Belize as a women-led, sustainable, for-profit business. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Kendra Griffith. I'm the owner and founder of Hello Body. Hello Body is an organic skincare and aromatherapy products. We offer sustainable products that are multi-use for women, children, men, the family in general. We pride ourselves in having fair trade, organic and natural ingredients that create fair trade, organic and natural products that are multi-use, as I mentioned. So while I am the founder and owner of Hello Body, I also work with Taiwan ICEF as a liaison. I've been working for them on and off for over 13 years with different posts as I went by, from like language tutor, actually did my master's in Taiwan as well. So it's just been juggling the 8 to 5 and Hello Body since starting Hello Body, and I think it's something that requires a lot of attention, but I believe if it's something that you'd like to do, you can definitely do it.
Thank you. So I guess I'll begin with you, Ms. Pelayo. Interestingly, you know, we talk about Sangria Mia, if you want to speak. You're dealing with an industry that, though I don't have statistics on the top of my head, I would imagine the alcohol and the spirits industry and everything. You know, there's particular attention paid by men to that kind of industry. What are some of the obstacles you face? Have you encountered obstacles in trying to reach out to customers, male customers, women customers? What has been your story there in terms of starting up and being able to expand and grow your business?
Well, honestly, I guess if I should go back to how my story originated, I began my business during the pandemic. This was in December, and when 2020 actually hit, I found myself unemployed. I was I had a newborn, and I was trying to finish my master's degree. And really and truly, this was the only avenue that I had to try to generate some sort of income, because aside from having my own family that I needed to care for, I also had my parents. So my parents are elderly, and so I needed to figure something out very quickly. And honestly, I was like, man, I've never heard of anybody, doing sangria to sell. And I was like, I'm just gonna have to just jump right into it and do it. So, when you look at it as a woman's perspective, prior to having the business, I was pregnant, so I couldn't find employment. So that's what actually, again, we talk about barriers that we face as in terms of financial inclusion. So that's something to not dismiss, because I was not able to get a job because I was carrying a child. So that's what led me to this pathway, which it's a blessing, because now I love this pathway that I'm on. But there definitely has been challenges. Despite now that I'm at a point where I do believe that I want to expand my business, I'm trying to access financial resources. And again, I believe I speak for many micro entrepreneurs, whereby we have challenges presenting a collateral to a financial institution. And this again stems from the responsibilities that we have as a woman. Again, I am the person that dominantly cared for my parents. So from the time that I've ever started to work, I've been taking care of them. They couldn't meet their mortgage. I had to meet their mortgage. I had to get loans to kind of help them through. And then my own life cycle started in the sense that I started to have a family. So then now that, it's okay, so now I have my parents and now I have my family. So then now I'm a mompreneur, and I want to expand my business, but now I'm kind of stuck. So then there you can see the inequality that exists. Okay, so you have certain, men who are probably in the same line of business, they have more freedom to not have that much responsibility on their plate. As it is, for me to attend this workshop, I had to take the bus yesterday, bring my child with me on the bus, and, because my parents are here, and I told them, could you please look after my daughter, so that I could be here. So these are like all the things that, we women have to do, because I feel that this is an important topic to discuss, and being here, I know Kendra and we feel that we are here speaking on behalf of not only ourselves, but other micro businesses, other women that are out there.
It's that perspective. Ms. Griffin, how about you? Your journey so far, when you started, what are some of the obstacles you faced? That's a very competitive industry as well, cosmetics. So tell us about that.
So when I first started, one of the main challenges was just that support system. Not that I didn't have the support system at home, I had that under lock. My parents are here, they're basically everywhere with me. But support system and mentorship, I did business in high school, and that's about as far as I went. My master's is in social international studies, so there's no background there. And my business began from my own skin condition. Before 2015, if you'd ask me what I was washing my face with, I'd tell you anything I could find. After 2015, my skin required so much work and still does. It requires for me to watch what I'm exposed to, what I eat, and so forth. So I developed different skin conditions, and that's how Hello Body came about, from not being able to find pharmaceuticals at work to creating my own product. Now, my hobby became a business, and I'll be quite honest with you. I wasn't giving it the respect that it deserved. It wasn't until after the pandemic. I left the country for about 3 years. Again, I have a great support system. My brother took on the business. I was still away, so I was working hours ahead of time. So I didn't have a night time. When police woke up, I was already up, talking to customers, marketing my product, but I wasn't creating it. But what I realized during that time, well, I had to do 2 days, Taiwan Day and Police Day, is that my business survived because of the support that the Asian community has given me. And what I then lacked was the financial support on how to properly establish and give it its respect as a business. I was lucky enough to become I am now an alumni of YLITE, Young Leaders of America initiative, and I was able to learn a lot on the operations part and also on a bit on the financial part. But when I first started back in late 2015, early 2016, I was just talking to some other entrepreneurs that I don't think if there wasn't as much opportunities such as workshops, women's groups, different classes online, even pitch competitions. Since I've been back to Belize, I've seen 4 pitch competitions. I've only participated in 1 because of work, but there's so much opportunities to get like different financial help. They might not be significant, not that it's like not significant, but they might not be huge prices, but they help you with exposure, they help you with financial seed capital and so forth. And I feel like that was one of my biggest struggles. And I was approached many times by different banks, and I always felt intimidated because I was like, I don't have this under control. And when I talk to other entrepreneurs, one of my favorite places to go in San Pedro is Las Paletas, Belize. They sell these really good paletas. And I was like, how do you do your business? She's like, I am so intimidated by the finance behind it all. And there's different little entrepreneurs all over Belize that what they're focusing on is that they're breaking even and be able to put money on the table. And while I'm not a mom as yet, I am a very key part of being a queen breadwinner for my family. I've put my little brother through school, and I helped him just to have a better life, just the same way my parents did for me. So that was my focus. Like, as long as I can make it to the other day, make it to the other month, buy supplies to create more product, and then cover the basics. That was what I was focusing on. But now I'm moving away from that. But at that time, that was my biggest challenge. Like, just having the financial security and hoping that it wouldn't die off next year. And luckily, like I said, through COVID and through it all, Belizeans stuck through with us, and they love their products, and they still love our products. And so I came back home ready to give it my all for the company, because the people gave it their all for me. They kept it afloat during a pandemic, and that is more than I could ever ask for.
That's really good to hear. And before we touch on, I think you touched on an important point about that, all these incubators and pitch contests, and which speaks to the ecosystem that we need, right? We often think, oh, just become an entrepreneur. No, but you need a supportive ecosystem. But you touch on local demand. Mr. Lau, you go first. We often hear, buy local, right? We always hear buy local. How really is an entrepreneur selling to Belizeans? How receptive are Belizeans of your products to begin with? And if they're not receptive, if there are some obstacles there to tapping into the local market, of course you have to have the local before you get international. What are some of those challenges?
Well, I am still trying to break through to my, here, locally. And I must say that whenever I have customers try my product, I would see sometimes there is hesitation, but whenever they try it, they love it.
Hesitation just because it's a Belizean provider?
I am honestly not certain. I think they look at it because I think it's something that they haven't seen before, in the sense that a bottle that looks like has some kind of fruits floating in it. So they're like, what is this thing? You know, I get a lot of, is this bitters or, you know, stuff like that because they're not familiar and then they're like hesitant because maybe they, you know, they think of it like bitters and, you know,
Yeah.
bitters is bitter.
Yeah.
So then I would be like, you know, try, you know, you just a little bit. And then, so sometimes I have to like, you know, push a little bit for them to try. And when they try it, they're like, oh, this tastes really good. And, you know, so I know that in many cases, I've had situations where I had to like beg people to try my product. But it's all part of being an entrepreneur and all part of just, you know, not taking things personal and, you know, changing somewhat the culture that, you know, that is present, you know. So sangria is something that is, many people know, but there are a lot of people who don't know what it is. So, so yeah, sorry, I hope.
No, yeah, that's a good question, and I'll get back to what you said because I think it's important, and this is where the policy side comes in tomorrow when we speak to the policy makers, is that, again, the ecosystem, some entrepreneurs need to be exposed.
Yeah.
Right? This is where like the expo comes into play or other such things where people can say, oh, I know this provider exists now, I know this product exists.
Which is why it's important for me. Last year, my goodness, I think like every week or every 2 weeks, I was doing pop-up shops. So pop-up shops is something that definitely has been great in exposing my product. There have been cases that it has not all been, you know, it would have sometimes not achieved the sales that I would want, but it definitely helps customer to know, oh, you know what, this product exists, you know, or this product is now in the market. So,
And are these pop-up shops like done by someone? Are they private or how do you even get to be a part of pop-up shop?
okay, so there are different well, I don't want to call it organizations because they're just young ladies, for example, like the Lee Shrubling Market as an example.
Okay.
They also have their own small business, and because they want to put Belizean products out there, they come together and organize these pop-up shops, and they would, you
So
know,
it's all
set
at the community level.
yes, of course, and that's one thing that I must share that coming into this year that I have really noticed and to some extent even learned is that community is so important. And again, like what Kendra had been saying is that in the past there wasn't really a lot of outlets for support. And so, for example, late last year, there was the launch of NIME, who is this organization that is coming together for womenpreneurs. And you get a lot of support from there. The work plan that they have for the organization is really something that will be beneficial to members of that organization. So you get that support. I recently joined Beltrade, so you know, so having access to these support systems, your community of womenpreneurs, and even your Belizean community backing you, that's definitely going to help us to succeed.
That's good to hear. And yeah, you're right. The community is very important. We do need policymakers to be involved, but they themselves can leverage the power of communities to kind of boost and strengthen entrepreneurship. Ms. Griffith, on your end, the cosmetic industry, I imagine, is a competitive one. You're dealing with, I guess, I don't know about cosmetics, but I guess you have to compete essentially with Maybelline or all these other big fashion houses. How was that turned out, the competition? What are your biggest threats in terms of competition, and how do you overcome these threats?
I'll answer your first question and I'll get back to that. Talking about products made in Louise, I think it all comes back to the quality of your product and the results, especially when it comes to skincare. Hello Body is a result-based skincare product line. So if you buy something and it says, or I tell you when I'm selling it to you that, okay, it's for your beard, like we have an extensive beard line, it's going to work and you're going to see the results. And it's trust, and it's not only the women that have that trust issue when it comes to business, but men, and because it's consumer, you have to build trust and establish trust with your consumer and your customer base. So yes, it's made in Belize, and I'm not going to say that, oh,
I don't get that little bit of skepticism like Sakria Mia does. We do get it, but we have samples. Samples go a long way, but at the end of the day, it's how well your product works and also that customer service that you're offering to your customers. In terms of competition in skincare, when I first started off, I did my research. I looked at what was available and I looked at what they were lacking specifically. And there was no skincare company offering an entire made in Belize skincare company offering an entire skincare line. So here comes Hello Body, and that's what we focus on. Not only we did our coffee scrubs, but because of my skin condition, I knew that coffee scrubs could only take you so far. It could only work for the body, so I started to work on different skin types, people with eczema, with sensitivities, different ages, babies, sensitivities with babies, and it's just establishing, doing your research. And at the time, I was a researcher at Niche, so it came in handy with doing the research for it. Now there have been other businesses that have been established and continue to flourish, but you need to put in that touch of your own, especially in Belize, we're only 300,000 people. If you treat your business as if though there's no personal connection there, I don't think you would survive very much in Belize. I like to meet my customers. I like going for deliveries. I do pop-up shops as well. We participate together, and that's where we actually met. And I've met other mompreneurs like Miss Castaneda, who has the colors. Yeah, that's where we meet each other, and that's now it's becoming a really great community. We have Belize Chamber of Commerce that has the Made in Belize Expo. That's my absolute favorite because you get to find out about so many products that are made in Belize that you can't even. Sometimes I was like, this is made in Belize, and it looks like, wow, where are you? And then like see it, and that's an amazing thing because you get to purchase, and you can't go with empty pockets to these things because you will spend money. There's something for everyone, for kids. There's an entrepreneur out there doing something for Mother's Day, for Father's Day, for just everyone. So it's great to go out and support because especially when it's like pop-up shops, if we're not purchasing from each other, we're also getting to know what you're offering, and the exposure is really good. And it works out really, really well for us in terms of being such a small country and having minimal ways to market, because if we market only on social media, we're missing a whole group of our target audience. And establishing your target audience is very important because when you know who you're selling to and who is going to purchase your product, then you don't waste time marketing to the wrong people. So that's, again, these pop-ups work really well because the people that are going there are not expecting something that says made in the US. They want something that is made in Belize, and that's what they're gonna get.
Media aspect and some of your sales channels. That's important because, for example, my mom, she doesn't really know how to debit card. So, I mean, if the ad was on Facebook, you missed her completely, and it could be a product that you could use. What are the channels that you guys use to reach out to your customers, which rely on this in the beginning? Is it predominantly social media? And if it is, what are we lacking in terms of, I guess, digital infrastructure in the country? You know, I lived in the US for a while. Anyone could just post on Amazon and sell. Anyone could post on Etsy. So Etsy is a prime example of artisans and people that you just create an account and start selling to the world, right? That's global. What are some of the things that we're lacking in these, and how do you guys go about meeting your clients and selling?
Well, I believe that, so as for example with me, I do most of my marketing through social media, Facebook and Instagram.
Okay.
I do believe that there definitely is an opportunity to create a website. And again, there is lack of knowledge in terms of going that route. So that's an area that I yet need to explore. I do believe that there was a company, I think it's Belize On, that they tried to do something similar to Amazon, but from I think it was the Beltrade had organized EntryCon last year in November. I don't know if anybody attended. But one of the, I don't know if it was the owner or founder, she spoke about the platform and said that how the culture is having a slow progress in terms of catching on to that. So, and that's very interesting because I have my product on that platform, and the sales has not been as what I had thought. But then again, I do believe I need to sit with them and kind of have like a dialogue in terms of maybe there is a gap somewhere, maybe on my end, and that, to see how I can push my product, because apparently there are some products that yes, you can get sales. So definitely there is an avenue, and I just need to look at it a little bit more. Yes.
Ms. Griffith, do you find also that social media is kind of one of your primary channels for sales?
It is, and it just because a main part of my target audience are young people, so they're always on social media. I'm always on social media, but I also try to do talk shows when I can. I try to do radio shows because, like my dad, he listens to the radio at every point. And whenever I do a radio show, I get a call, Miss, I hear you on the radio. You have this bug spray, you have this thing for eczema, and that's how I kind of try to touch on every base that I can, especially when it becomes like a pro bono thing, because I can't always afford to put an ad on the radio. But when it's pro bono, I take that opportunity. Again, when the Chamber of Commerce, they do their expos, they do offer a small slot of interview, and then I jump on it whenever I can. So it works like that, but I think what helps the most are the pop-ups, because people are there, they're in person, they're not seeing it in a photo, they get to try it, they get to smell it, and that exposure beats everything else, because they see it on, I have customers that see and ask questions on social media, but they won't make the purchase. But as soon as they see that the night market, I see this and I've been one buy it long time, but I never know if, like, I like it, and then they purchase it. So it takes a lot from the community, because you have the town council, the city council working on these organizations. You as the entrepreneur taking your risk, investing to having product to go out and being out there and spending the entire day at a pop-up, and like was mentioned, it doesn't always guarantee that there will be a sale. But what I try to do is, like, I look at the day, I look at how much of my target audience will be out there, and for that day versus a day staying in and creating product. If that day outweighs staying in and making product, I'll be out there. So for example, I have 2 pop-ups coming up this Friday and Saturday inside Nassau from 1 p.m. to midnight. 1 p.m. to midnight. I'm not sure if I'm going to be like 100% energetic throughout the pop-up, but I think it's going to be very good exposure to be out there during that time.
That's great to hear. You mentioned San Ignacio, and I get the sense just from living in the city that I think there are some places in the country that do things like entrepreneurship better than others. So I think San Ignacio is particularly a town, or particularly a city now, that does these things really well. I always see a lot of small businesses and stuff. Whereas in Belize City, I find it hard to kind of connect with them. Is that true? Have you guys noticed that, maybe particular markets in Belize City, as opposed to maybe San Pedro, San Ignacio, or Drop are different? What's your perspective there? Yeah. Okay.
Well, this one pass. No.
Yes. Okay, go ahead.
Definitely, and it's also seasonal. So for example, your client base in Orange Walk, as in our experience, or my experience, is that it's different than the Belize City or the Mocan, the buying power and all of that. And even when you go out to San Pedro, so and you have to be very careful. As an example, for us, for pop-up shops in December, we're still trying to analyze December, because for pop-up shops in December, it was somewhat slow, and I thought that it would have been a time that, funds is circulating. So right now for me, it's still a learning process. What I've been doing is I've been documenting all my pop-up shops. I've been documenting the sales. I've been documenting, whatever happened, if it was the weather condition, just doing an analysis as to maybe why. So, for example, there was a pop-up shop in San Pedro, and I thought that it would have been successful. It wasn't. So there was a bridge situation. So I documented that to ensure that when I go back this year and I'm looking, I can reflect on that data that I have somewhat collected to see if I can make a better decision. So right now with pop-up shops, I've been noticing with some pop-up shops it has been slowing down in terms of the sales. And this is because last year I was doing pop-up shops twice per month, or I don't even remember, but we were doing a lot. So we're trying to analyze if there has been like a culture shift in the sense that maybe some of the are maybe a bit bored out with the pop-up idea. We're not certain, but we're still pushing through. I know we have been dialoguing with some of the organizers of pop-up shop, maybe in terms of maybe something we need to create it more like an experience. But so definitely there has been, we can see that in different parts of the country how your market
Yes, I've been listening closely to ladies. I know it's a lot of work. I know it's not business myself besides working at the farm. But but in terms of the marketing, can you hear me? But can you hear me? No, yes. But in terms of the marketing, the pop-up shops, that have you tried getting your products? Because remember, if you want to get to that level, you're really making money. I mean, even if it's at a micro level, it's still more than one sales that is what you get at the pop-up shop. Have you maybe tried to get your products in the stores? Because volumes is what makes a difference. The pop-up shop, it's good exposure, marketing, but in order for you, that's where we will speak about that tomorrow, elaborate on it more. But as business women to be able to qualify for loans, remember we assess repayment capacity. So my question is, have the stores been receptive of your products? Have you been able to get Hello Body, for example, Hello Body in the boutiques, the salons, the stores, the type of businesses that
I'll answer this in a two-part. With stores,
one second, I'm for Miss Sangria Mia. Have you tried putting in like those boutiques for just those like Phoenix in the city? When you go there, that's a unique experience. They meet you with a little wine, they're helping to promote restaurants, specific resorts. Like you target those type of businesses to move your product. Have you spoken to Resinas My House? I know they're huge and they focus on specific things, but have you tried to approach them to ask, would you distribute my product?
Honestly, this year has been a year that I'm really analyzing pop-up shops because
It's good for the exposure for the local
Correct.
market, but it's minimal sales.
correct. I completely agree with you because the effort physically, not only in terms of, because I deal with perishable products. So I have to be able to analyze my investment of my product and also my energy.
Actually, like your product.
Yes, so I have been trying to see this year how I can make a shift from making money away from pop-up shops.
Yes.
Now, I started to bring my product in stores last year, only in the Lee City, but I faced an issue when it comes to packaging, sustainable packaging. That has been my issue because when I looked at the potential importation of glass bottles, the cost per bottle would have been like close to maybe $5
Per bottle.
per bottle.
Plus your label, you have nothing.
Exactly, and labels, the prices increased, so we're talking about maybe $2 per label, so $5, that's already $7. So when I looked at all of that, and I was having issues getting bottles. I had to limit my own expansion because I was trying to figure out the packaging, and that's what really
That's
led.
because you need money, at the end of the day, it's capital.
Yes, yes. So that there are so many things that I want to look at because again, we're a sustainable business. Plastic packaging is not an option for us. So we are committed to being a company that does not make profit at the expense of Mother Earth. So with us, what we're trying to do, we already know it's expensive to do the importation of the bottles, so we're trying to look at the reusing bottle facility. But we need something that is consistent. So that's really my focus because once I'm able to have a way to get my bottles, source my bottles and get it reused, then I know that I have potential for expansion.
So apart, of the work that you have is to go to the grocery stores or, wherever you decide you want to place a product in order to sell volumes is do a little study, a little survey. Would they be willing to buy 2 cases?
Yeah.
With, and of course I tell you because I had my products when I started, I had to get permission to get it, say, in Publix or Brody's, that's what it is.
Yes.
Get it in, ask if they would like it first, you would face 2 things. Just one, you.
I'm at Brody's and I'm at Publix and I have I need barcodes.
Yes, you need it, right?
Yeah, I
Yes.
need it. I have
But
barcodes.
they would give you, for me, they would start with, I'm just telling you how it happened to me. They would ask for it for a consignment.
Yeah.
And I was like, sure, it's consignment.
Yeah, but do you know what?
But
In my
that
case,
wasn't
the issue.
no, I would say, okay, when it's consignment, then we want to get it for So it's a consignment, so if I put it in Thursday and Saturday morning, I'm there with 2 6 farmers, try to employ, young
Yeah.
people who are working, get them in your company shirt, something, giving up the samples and at the same time trying to sell. So I was giving samples and I was a worker for Brody's or for Publix. Just in order to collect that, and then once you establish that marketing, 3 days, then maybe move from having them consignment to maybe with a cash and delivery 3 days once, which is not bad.
Yeah.
Because for small businesses, consignment is right?
Yeah, for sure. When I signed up with,
And then you go by segments, that's the other thing. You said where you started in Belize City.
I started in Belize City, and my
And
first
only
was
Belize
Brody's. Brody's, and then I went to Publix, and I'm at Kisses and Bites now. And with them, because they do have their hesitation, when I spoke to to those that oversee these shops, they said that they have hesitation of taking Belizean products because when the Belizean take the products there, they get paid and that's it, bye-bye. Right?
Yes.
So I
That's
told
what
them,
you do. Right.
correct,
You're going to
but
promotion.
because of that, that reputation that is there, I had to tell them, okay, well, I will take my product to your store, but I cannot do consignment because I am a micro business. And they said, fine. But, so they pay me cash as I deliver. But
But you don't want it to be only sale.
but I gave them my word that if the product best date elapses, I will take it back and replenish them again.
But
So-
consider,
Go ahead.
what I'm thinking about getting it in the store and doing a deal something on Saturday morning
Yes.
with everybody. When
I
that
have done
market
that.
shops and food is, a
Correct.
Saturday evening, a Saturday morning, timing and
Yes.
arranging who the
Yes.
vendors are, that's very, very important.
Very, very
And don't wait for this everything.
correct.
The best buy day. Immediately you need to start doing your marketing.
Those ones are really interesting perspective. I really like to hear Ms. Griffin's take on your experience there. Thank you, Ms. Pilar. That's interesting.
We've been on shelves. Resorts love us. We don't hear consignment from resorts. That's a great thing. But that one, I will go back to something that Mr. Ramirez did mention in his explanation. I have a distributor that is on my phone constantly. Kendra, I want to take your product. Kendra, I want to take your product. But the thing is, a study that I was reading focused on Asia, Latin America, and Central America, and it created an association of small and micro businesses that women in Africa and Latin America were really attached to, because women were found to prioritize their work-life balance, families, also just the risk and everything. And I kind of feel like I'm there right now because I've been wanting to take everything at my own pace. My own experience in Atlantic Bank a couple of years ago, someone approached me and I was like, oh, I'm not feeling it. Fast forward to last year, he approached me again. I was like, okay, now yes. And that it is a pro and a con. I do acknowledge how it can set me back, because the day can come that this recruiter will be like, you know what? I don't want to deal with you anymore. But luckily, the day hasn't come, and I just want to move when I feel uncomfortable to move, because one, it will take a lot of energy from myself. Two, I want to have my own business. I want to have it all. I want to have my own business and I want to have my career as well. And I know you can have your cake and eat it too, but I'm trying. And then three, one of the major issues is the packaging. And yes, it does come back to seed capital. Having the capital to be able to purchase packaging as well. But even when that capital is available, like I've run the numbers, it's just too heavy for business to have that, especially mine, because Sampiernia has, like, I'll say the most you would have the need for is 3 bottles. I have over 25 products, and I've been told by vendors that I need to cut down, and it works for them because they're what sells best and have that out there. But they're in countries with millions of people, so they can focus on 3 products and make it. But do you know at pop-ups or wherever I am, when the competition next to me doesn't have that product and I do, it does make a difference in belief, because we're only 300,000 people, and I'm not even, like, my target audience isn't even a quarter of that. So I have to take all of that into consideration. So I would say that being on shelves I haven't been in stores. I am now taking into consideration talking to the distributor and saying that I'm ready for maybe 1 or 2 products. But I've been in cafes, I've always been in resorts, and it's worked really, really well. But it always ties back to the target audience. And one more question that he had asked is that how was our sales in the UCP and in Kyle compared to Orange Drop? Again, know your customers. I know what to talk of, like, maximum to take to the UCP, but I won't be taking that same amount of orders to Kyle, because I know Kyle wants something else versus taking. Even when we went to Taiwan, I learned, like, if I ever go back to Taiwan to sell, I do ship there. I established really great customer base there. But if I ever go back, like, to take the entirety of the business, I know which products not to take. And it was funny to look at, because I did a survey, but the Asian market wants completely different products, and they went more for the products that Belizeans were using. I was more giving them products that the Asian cosmetics had, and they were like, no, we have so much of that. We want the body butters, we want the coffee, we want her, yes. So then that's where you learn through your experiences. So that's, I think with my personal experience, I have been blessed to have kind of like an equal support at every district. It's just that I know which district wants what, and also how to sell in each one.
That's a great perspective, and I think we touched on all the major aspects of the business, kind of the business life cycle. You have to worry about marketing, you have to worry about logistics. Miss Kay Menzies, who's the owner and co-founder of Belizean, will be here tomorrow. And she's doing that in Belizean. It's like similar to a Belizean Amazon. And we particularly want to hear from her about how technology can support entrepreneurs like yourself. That's certainly a big part. To be honest, we wanted to have the Belize Bureau of Standards. We thought that would be an interesting discussion, because both your industries, perishable products and skincare products, are things that are in some cases very highly regulated, and there are some standards that you have to abide by. And in our study, or the MSME's study, the entrepreneurs told us that support wasn't there. They wanted to be certified. They wanted to say that my product is organic or aligned with industry best standards, international best standards, but that support sometimes is lacking. Yeah.
A lot of it lies in the technology to do the testing.
I had suppliers that wanted to take the products to Asia, and even when sending it, I wasn't able to send it just directly like that. I was told that my packages would be destroyed in San Francisco, so I had to send it under a diplomatic package. So it had to go exclusively, like no one could touch this, you know. But the reason I wasn't able to provide those certifications was because it's not being offered in Greece. I had a customer a couple years back who was generous. She liked the products a lot. She sent them to be tested in Italy. So she did like material and temperature, and then she noted that one of my products would not be able to withstand a lot of shipment. And we finally, like years later, I was able to like learn more, invest more, and now I have a product that is more climate friendly. But it has a lot to do with what is being offered and what is being tested and the information that is out there, because just the other day I did a pop-up at the Science Fair in UB, and when members from the Bureau of Standards came by and asked me why I wasn't putting on job, I was like, okay, I need to get my barcode, I need to get this. They're like, no, you don't need barcode anymore. And I was like, I was just told. So it's how the information is being relayed, because you're going to ask questions when you're starting your business. You're going to ask questions. One of the major problems recently with small and micro businesses has been the registration of names. Oftentimes, several businesses have similar names. It's just maybe one word different, and it's creating a problem. It's not like the rest of the world where if you register that name, that's yours at one time. But then there's, let's say, if someone opens a Hello Body and they add something to it, I can't do anything about it.
Trademarking in Greece is difficult.
So,
So if you have a specific brand or brand name, you get it trademarked that way, you can kind of use it. But I don't know what the process is. But anything that has to do
there is, it's
difficult.
I tried to get some information, and there was just the expense would be about it, because it's but the registration versus trademarking is, and patenting is way different, and the information even in the company itself that is, yes, they weren't able to offer me a lot of information, and the first thing that they did is like, you're a small business, it's costly. So even if I wasn't discouraged by the idea,
So outside, I think outside the fact that a small business, perhaps these are the things that we can focus on with stakeholders that can help small business to get, because I'm the general manager for the Wallet platform. We'll talk about that tomorrow. And one of the biggest challenges that we have is onboarding small business, small and micro businesses, because you're in that informal, you don't have your proper trade license. There are situations where you can apply for trade license. It's because of having, or they don't have whatever.
which mobile phone?
Digital things.
Okay, because let me tell you, right? I have Digital Wallet and I have eCash, right? So when we have pop-up shops, it's an opportunity for us, women-preneurs, because it's mostly women. We socialize and we discuss. But one of the things that we have had in terms of shared experience is that a lot of times it seems like their funds is just stuck there. They're like, how do I access my funds? So to some extent, they don't even want to have customers pay with digital wallet. Yes, they're like, I have so much funds in this account, and I have customers processing transactions because I don't want to go to see it, but I have these funds and I don't know how to access it. So I would say that it's important for Digi to somehow collaborate with these micro business and have more of a training or some sort of engagement for an easier for them to understand better how it works.
But just to answer that question, and I think it goes back to, I know we talk about technology, the idea of technology is supposed to make life easier and all of these perceptions that we have, right? But in the case of that, sometimes it goes back to education. Mobile wallet isn't something that's new to the world. It's been in existence for years, especially in Africa, Haiti, when they got hit by was an earthquake, and the government received funds and wanted to distribute
Isn't there a phone number, isn't there a number you need to enter to do that cash out?
Yes.
And I think that's the part that's missing. They don't have, so, yeah.
I have just a follow up on that. I think I've been lucky enough to get good agents for the different wallets that have existed. I've gotten like a really good experience on my end. But what I think would help a little bit more, and I've seen it help when cash is around. If the wallet can have a booth at these pop-ups, or just even the exposure, the Bumper Night Markets one. I think maybe the ones done by the city council or town council have bigger exposure for you guys. But when they have a booth and the person doesn't know how to use it, I can't be there explaining it to them because I have some customers. I send them and I tell them whatever incentive. Oh, if you go there, you get $5 from them and $10 off, or $10 because you buy from me. They quickly, everybody loves me. They quickly go there and then they come back to me and then I get the purchase. So I've been lucky enough to have a good experience using it. It's just trying to get my customers while they're on it. So if from the different ones that exist, I think most of my customers use eCash, Digital Wallet, then NDB Pay. So that's how it goes, and I think it's more of the exposure. So if you guys could join like the Bumper Night Market, any one of these ones, it would be really good. Central Cable TV joins, and they get people hooked on really fast as well. Like for little trial runs, people sign up, and then if you didn't like it, don't use it again. And so people will go and sign up.
I love the dialogue, and tomorrow will speak, like she said, along with other financial service providers. And that's the whole objective of this workshop, to get people together to hear this. Hey, this is what's happening to me, and to hear also from the financial service providers, well, we're doing X, Y, Z. This is great. I really like it. I think we have to close with that. We have space maybe for one or two questions. I think we got some good ones. If not, I believe we can close and reconvene tomorrow to those who can attend. Any questions?
Just another question, just congrats to you ladies.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you so much. And
The issue of collateral, you're gonna be here tomorrow.
I want to be here tomorrow to hear.
Yes.
That's I kind of got you on track with where we need to go.
That's important.
And that one is not the most important. That's just a comfort for the bank, but it's not the most important thing for us.
That's important, guys. Be here tomorrow to hear from the service providers and the policy makers. To hear your perspective. Thank you so much.